Good morning, chat. It is almost 11. I overslept a bit. I'll tell you why. We went pretty late on Elden Ring last night, but we had a blast. Fun time. Where did we get to? We finished Ronnie's quest line. Carrie seemed to really enjoy it. I'm glad. Where are we? Where are we going next? I don't know what to do next, because, like, the reason why I paused on that questline is because I was like, oh, well, we should do Selvis, but then I thought about it, and I was like, I don't think the payoff of the Selvis questline is worth it enough in order to, like, delay what Carrie wants, which is, A, she wants to dress like Ronnie, and B, she likes Ronnie, she wants to do the quest. So, we did that. We did Ronnie's quest. And it was fun. It was really fun. I really, really liked that quest line. Boy, we went late, though. Whoa. Boy, we went late, though. Whoa. Boy, we went late, though. Oh, I fixed it. Okay. I found the tab that had that. Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Alrighty. Hey, you want to know how late we're starting? You want to know how late we're starting? Watch this. The mini's not even primed. That's how that's how late we're starting. Fuck. It won't take too long though. But that's how late we're starting. I saw you playing Elden Ring, and with the channel being varying to 40K. Sorry, my chat is acting weird. With you being into 40K, will y'all be playing Dark Heresy when it comes out? We did play Dark Heresy the beta because Owlcat asked us to. My one thing I am hesitant on is that I don't know how much generative AI Owlcat is jumping into. And I really don't want to play their game if they're gonna be like, hey, did you use any generative AI for this? Not telling. Like, I don't really want that, frankly. Oh boy. Sorry, I just took my vitamins and supplements. Oh man. Good morning, y'all. Good morning. I guess I can talk about the priming process as a result of starting late. Not wanting to dive in with a lot of AI generation content is understandable. Yeah, it's my biggest concern because, you know, like I just, and I don't care if they're like, oh, but we only used it for like this one part. Like I don't care. I don't want you to use it. Period. I feel like fucking. What's the dude's name from Iron Man? Obadiah? I'm looking at like every other video game that doesn't use this AI bullshit, and I'm like, they're building this shit with fucking artists with pencils and pens. It's not that fucking hard. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. My back feels fucking sore. I think it's still from just like the other day when I was carrying those groceries. Also, I think it's because like every single problem has cascaded through my sickness into now. We only use AI to find ideas for the concepts of our future project unannounced. All the concepts and art will be drawn by artists. AI will not be used for the final art in any form. But that's the problem, Owlcat. I don't want you to use it, period. Ugh. One second. I'm just adjusting volumes and stuff. Let's check some Warhammer news. Warhammer news. Warhammer news in the morning with Ava. Mornings with Ava. What's up? What we got? Iron Hand's Black Book previews and the Scouring timeline. Let's take a look at this. Also, I saw, Zach, I saw that you subscribed earlier. It's not showing up in my chat, though, but thank you. Thank you for the subscription. Oh, also, the way we're priming today, we're just going to use basic-ass Rattlecan. I'll show you how it works. I'm not going to take you with me, but, like, I'll tell you what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Siege of Terror concludes and the Traitor Retreat begins. The Battle of Luna, Liberation of Mars. Wait, 14. Okay. Battle of Luna, Liberation of Mars. The last Traitor forces are plunged from the solar system and its immediate vicinity, including Mars. The next, well, right after that, after securing soul and reorganizing the weary remnants of the Loyalist Legions, a bitter and vengeful Rogaldorn declares that they must scour the traitors from the face of the galaxy. Oh, he said it! And what they come to see is a dismal echo of the Great Crusade, the Battle of Avalorn, the Battle of Gamma Horgan. Traitors fleeing Terra take Gamma Horgan with them from turncoat local forces before pursuing Terran forces, reinforced by others from Cato and Aquitaine, drive them off towards Vanaheim. Early into the 17th year, the Underworld War finally ends, and the conflict on Calth is declared to be over, the Scouring of Moloch. The Battle of Seraphina, the Aragata Colleen, Second Battle of Vanaheim. Okay, so expect all this shit. The only thing that really matters in this, let's be totally honest, is this. The Iron Cage. Perturabo ascends to demonhood before returning to Olympia to establish his Iron Empire. A 2 years long siege of Olympia begins. Third Battle of Paramar. Good morning, Helljumper. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Ivy. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, Cowboy. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh. I gotta get some work done today. I meant to do some last night. It didn't end up happening because I was too eepy after Elden Ring. They said my name. And I'll say your name, dear chatter, for $10. No, I'm kidding. Give me $10. Dude, can I talk about the art for Horus Heresy for a second? Because it fucks. Hold on. I have here... I as you can tell, I've started to get stuff done for Magnus. And part of that is going around and collecting artwork to put on the thing. And I think my favorite Horus Heresy artist at the moment is Daniel Batista. Look at this. Look. That's the coolest thing I've ever seen. Are you kidding me, bro? That's the coolest shit ever. The fucking aura, bro, on the fucking snow. The fucking, what is that, a Kopesh? I love how Daniel Batista does the art. Look at him, he's like, check out my dumb wrist sword. That's so cool. I got more Daniel Batista here. Here's a Praetor. If I may ask a question, you just did. Scimitar? What is a Kopesh? Oh no, I was right. It is a Khopesh. It's a wrist-mounted Khopesh. Thousand Suns aura farming better than the Space Wolves? Honestly, yeah. I also have some art here from Eric Alonso, which I also really, really like. Here's Adrian Rodriguez Perez. You'd never see a lot of art of Terminators running, huh? Here's Magnus from John Cave. Very cool, very cool. Phil Moss with one of my favorites. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. I feel like the guy who, you know, he made the TikToks where he was like, gorgeous! You know what I'm talking about? We can look that up. 1 minute. I don't want you to see things. Oh, there he is.
Oh, I'm a cake. I am a cake. This is perfect timing. You know my birthday on the 14th. I need that. Gorgeous. What you doing? What you doing? Stop!
Oh, it's so good, man. It's so good. Gorgeous! Me looking at any artwork from anyone. Gorgeous! More Eric Alonso. I wonder what happened to that guy. I hope he's okay. First batch of cookies is out the oven. Ava, if you are good, you can have one singular cookie. If you give an Ava a cookie, I'm gonna ask for more. Did you talk about the Council of Nicaea in the episode? Yes. We briefly covered the overview of it, but I want to go into more specifics. By that I mean excerpts when we talk about the Horus Heresy proper. Like, that's going to be in part 1 of the Heresy. Which traitor Primarch dropped the ball the hardest in the siege, in your opinion? Dropped the ball? I guess... I impulsively almost said Fulgrim, because the Emperor's Children, like, actively were not supporting the siege. They were just doing their own thing. But even then, like, I don't know what Horus and the other gang were expecting. You know what I mean? Like, the problem with the traitors when they were sieging Terra is that it eventually just became herding cats. And every single one of them was like, no, I want to go over here. No, I want to go over here. Either Fulgrim or Angron. Well, Angron got banished by Sanguinius. So, that was unfortunate. And that was a serious blow. Magnus has people gunning for his head and going through legal channels. And he's like, nah, it's fine. Good morning, nerd. Good morning, Ezzy. We're looking at some art. This is from Neil Roberts. Here's another from Neil Roberts. I really like this one. This is like the Horus Heresy covers. Here's another one from Neil Roberts. Another one from Neil Roberts. This, I think, is A Thousand Suns? No, it's not. This is, I think this is... Oh, what's the book? I know this is a book cover. I can't remember which one it is, though. I think it's... Prospero Burns? I know this isn't related to 40k, but have you heard of Demos Art? He's a Fallout artist. No, but I do like Fallout art. Here's from Misha Xavier. This is Araman. Misha Xavier again. I love the everything, frankly. It looks awesome. If I've heard some Horus Heresy cover arts aren't accurate to the story, is there a reason for it? Looks cool. That's it. I believe it was John Blanche who talked about that, where somebody was like, were you thinking of, like, the lore or whatever when you drew this or painted that? And he was like, nah, I just did whatever looked cool. Here's Adrian Smith with a Thousand Sun Sorcerer. This is a classic. Ava, that was Fury of Magnus. Oh, thank you. I must become a Legionary factory today. Good luck. But no, the reason why, like, some art is not accurate to the lore is because it look cool. I'll give you an example. Theron Arios? Yeah, that's him. Okay. Model. Tactical. Book cover. Tactical armor. Tactical armor, tactical, 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 tactical. When you read his book, he's wearing Gravis armor. It's just whatever. Like, sometimes it's to align with a miniature. Sometimes it's to, you know, it's not a big deal. And also, specifically with Primaris Marines, it's less of a big deal because their armor is so modular. Because, like, yeah, he could just be wearing tactical armor today and be like, yo, we could go into Gravis armor. I have another one from Adrian Rodriguez Perez. Very cool. Very cool. I have one from Des Hanley here. Classic sorcerer. Hell yeah. Not tactical, tacticus. Ugh. I felt bile in my stomach. Here's another one from Misha Xavier. The Dark Ritual. Another from Misha Xavier. So yeah. Here's Daniel Caballero? Caballero. I don't know why I had trouble saying that. Daniel Caballero. Gravis or Tacticus today? Oh, and we have this classic from Sam Wood of all the traders. I love this art. I love this art. I love it specifically because it's like everybody's at the meeting and I imagine it's just a chorus of voices going like, and then there's this fucking guy here just going, ah! Horus looks so done with everything. He's like, oh my fucking god. I haven't been able to say my cool speech that I planned. I think Araman is to the right of Lorgar. You know that room stank. Me and the gang. Trying to organize a D&D session. Trying to organize a gaming session. God. I like how Fulgrim's just standing next to a giant snake demon. Oh, Cowpaw, you posted the one from Neil Roberts again. Yeah. This one's fucking sick. This one's awesome. May you glimpse at the meme and creature chat. Sure. We'll have to prime a mini soon. The CEO of Warhammer seeing other CEOs try their own products and realizing he's gonna have to paint trim. Nah, he'll be fine. Wait. Yeah, I didn't expect the 1, 2. Okay, so 1, 2. Me and the boys ready to siege Terra. Yes, man. Yes. Oh, I didn't even notice Cypher in the background. Hey, buddy. What's up? Chad, do you also go with the idea that Cypher is not one person, but in fact multiple people? I like that. That's a lot cooler to me. Rather than it just be one guy. Dioda's face has covered with razor cuts. Yeah, he wanted to feel what the pain felt like. It was a new sensation. And damn it, it was gorgeous. I'm gonna go back to Daniel Bautista. Like, I keep hovering this one, and I think it's just because, like, this to me is what the Horus Heresy looks like. It's violent. I can't tell what's happening. I'm focusing on a single Marine probably about to get shot in the fucking head. I know you said Cypher, but I heard Cypher. The Kingdom Hearts guy? This one is less actiony, like there are explosion stuff in the background, but this one feels way more chaotic just because of like you're on the ground. This one feels a little more tranquil in a weird way because like the snow, you can see some planes in the background and like there's obviously explosions happening. But this Terminator feels a lot more confident. This guy is like running, going like, "Oh, I gotta get the hell out of here." Oh, fuck. It's the beach scene from Saving Private Ryan. Ah! Technically, he was in Final Fantasy before Kingdom Hearts. That's true. That is true. I just think of him because he keeps fucking showing up and going like, "Hello, Roxas, you lamer." I'm gonna fucking freak out. Have you planned anything to draw for the video? I've started drawing stuff for the video. I can show you. No, I can't. Never mind. I mean, I drew Magnus like a while ago, but I don't know. I was just trying to find the energy to get back into drawing again. I'm not burnt out. It's just the ick really fucking got me. I was quite icked for a long time. Oh, I can't show you Lionel Johnson that I drew. This is from a while ago, but I really like how it came out. I think one of them has to be Magnus doing this. With how some of the lines I got for Magnus are, it was literally like I was picturing this exact face. Too old? No, he's not old. Those are stress marks, bro. He's stressed. Got a lot to deal with. He's got all this, like, hidden tech and shit. Alright. Chat, we're gonna prime a mini. Which means we're gonna have to wait, like, 10-ish minutes. But I'll show you my, process. Okay. We're painting a Possessed Marine today. Technically, we're painting both a Black Legion and an Ultramarine today. Haha, hee, I tricked you all. Let me show you the primer I use. Did Lion have a beard before 40k? I imagine he could have grown one, and also, like, no, he did. He did have a beard, yeah. This is the primer I use. Rust-Oleum 2-time Ultra Cover Flat Black Primer. It's my favorite primer. It's cheap. It's cheap. That's the thing that I like most about it, is that it's cheap. It's affordable. I can go pick it up at, like, any fucking store. It's good. I'll show you. Okay, so let's take a look at this mini. Observe him and his grayed self. So gray, so gray. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this outside. I am going to shake the ever-loving hell out of it. I already did before we got started, and I've been using it all throughout the week. Which means I'm not going to have to shake it as much as I normally would. Possessed Chaos Marine is such a cool model. It really is. It's awesome. And I wanted to paint this one specifically because the ripping the Ultramarine helmet off, like, that's so cool. So when I prime this, I'll do my best to show this. What I usually do is I hold it like this. And I'm like maybe 10-ish inches away, and I start the spray, and I go, turn, woof, Turn, woof. Turn, woof. I'm never directly going. I'm never too close. I'm never too far. I'm just going. And then when all the under part is done, I switch to the middle. I go. I go to the top. And then if there's any places like under this arm is going to be a little cracky. So I'm going to go up and down now. I'm going to go or to get the best angle. Yeah, it's that simple, really. And then we give it like 10-ish minutes to fully dry, and then we get started. So I'm going to do that. In the meantime, what can I do? Chat, we're going to jam. I'm going to leave some music on for you to really jam to, so give me a second. No. Need something that's bopping. Here, I got something. All right, chat. Be back. We're back, chat. So it's not fully cured, but you can see the coverage of this stuff is pretty good. I went a little heavy on the shoulder pad, but honestly, it's not that big a deal. There are some spots that you can see if you look really closely that the primer did miss, particularly like the back of the head, but honestly, we're going to be doing a thin coat of black over it anyway, just because it's better. Wow, it's like magic. Dude, Rust-Oleum primer. You do not have to pay, like, stupid prices for primer. Do not do that. I would like to get a... What am I trying to think of? I would like to try to get a very cheap airbrush, just because overall it's better for the environment. I don't like aerosol cans, because they're quite bad for the environment. So if I were to get an airbrush, that would definitely be the reason. No. Question for streamer. Hi, my name's Ava. Have you heard of the Deck of Many Colors? It's a Ninjon project that I'm wanting to get because I'm waiting to get because I pre-ordered it, and I'm hoping it'll get me back into groove of painting. What is the Deck of Many Colors? Also, let's do a check on the Chaos Marine from yesterday. We'll see how dusty he's gotten. Focus. He looks awesome, chat. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that dilution of the 1-to-1, yeah, he looks awesome. Let's zoom in a bit. He looks sick. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, he looks awesome. Here, let's get the better lighting for you. Look how fucking cool he looks! 3 foot away rule. Yeah, looks great. Let's do a comparison. So this one was pure Villainy ink, the pure all over wash, and this one was a 1-to-1 with white spirits. And you can just see here how different even the black armor is. But let's look at the legs, because this guy's wearing Mark III greaves, so it'll be really noticeable. And this guy's like wearing Mark VI. But you can see like how dusty the undiluted Villainy ink gets. It gets hella dusty. My love, good morning, good morning. We're comparing the Dusty Boys. This guy's the diluted one. He looks way better, in my honest opinion. Yeah, big fan how that came out. It also tells us, I'm gonna say we don't need to do the underpainting step that we did before with the layer, like sponging on the brown and the black. I don't think that's necessary. Also, the dry brushing of the gray, like the wash just completely eradicated it. Like it just isn't there. But still, we have enough contrast to where we can see the armor panels, you know? Like, there's enough contrast there that it doesn't actually matter. All is dust. True. Deck of Many Colors is a deck of cards with art on the front and colors on the back. It's a numbered set, so you use a random number generator to find a cool color scheme. Because I get hung up on choosing colors and won't want to do a default color scheme. Okay. So Ninjon has basically made, like, what if I did color theory, but we, like, sold it? Okay. We're going to be using this as the flesh for the possessed marine. I feel like in order to get the maximum value out of this marine, we're going to want to do the flesh first. And then the armor panels, and then the metallics, and we'll go from there. As for his poor Ultramarine friend, honestly, we actually might paint him first. we might actually paint him first. We're not going to do the full process that we do with Ultramarines as a Calgar check. As you can see with Calgar here. We're not going to do the full process. But he will look blue. So we're not pretending that ain't Calgar anymore. Oh no, it's not Calgar. You're right. Forgive me. This is a Gravis captain on a 40mm base with twin power fists. Excuse me, sorry. Oh my gosh. I just want to make sure all my Ultramarine stuff is good. I'm gonna use a different palette today. Oh, my water is still here. Are there any paint pellets in it? No, but we should get some clean water. Okay. I'll be right back. Technically, one is a power fist, the other's a relic fist. Well, actually, I don't care. No. You are correct. You are correct. You wanna know how easy it is to clean these? These little tiles? Just put them in the dishwasher. Just put them in the dishwasher, then you're fine. I need a water. That's what I need. Babe, how'd you sleep? I know Army Painter has the mini bottles with the mixing balls in them, which I find super useful for airbrushing. Did you buy that empty bottle, drop bottle, and put GW paint into it, or do they actually sell paint in that size? No, this is, okay. Don't do what I did. I transferred Kislev Flesh into this bottle. I transferred most of my GW paints into these bottles, and then I bought some mixing balls, put them in there. But in transferring them from the pots to this, I diluted the fuck out of them. So they're very, 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 very thin. Oh, banger track, banger track. Oh, You know what I can't wait to paint? This guy. This guy's gonna be cool. I was hoping for a better solution to what they sell. Yeah, I'm just looking for alternatives. And, like, frankly, I'm looking for alternatives for that stuff. The Pro Acryl bottles are great. They're fantastic. I have nothing but my burnt sienna. No, I need more. No, I don't. I'll wait for it to start actually getting gone. We need to get Carrie through the rest of Endwalker sometime. We need her to start Endwalker. She hasn't even started it, bro. But we gotta get back into the thing. Didn't sleep super well, but coffee will fix me right up. How about you, love? I slept okay. I overslept. That's why we're starting later today. I think I was just, like, so focused on Elden Ring. I was like, damn, like, I got a lot more energy taken out of me than I thought I did. Burnt Sienna, my love. It is one of my favorite paints, one of my favorite colors. It's so good. We're gonna use it here. Tamiya acrylic paint jars with screw-on lids, my beloved. I don't think I would like the screw-on lids. I like my dropper bottles. Oh, so Lou, what I'm gonna do... So, for the basing scheme for the Chaos Marines and the Ultramarines, we're doing the same basing scheme. Like Nevada Desert, like, so like reddish sand, that kind of deal. Not Mars red, mind you, not like orange. Like actual red sand that you would find in like Nevada. But I found, because these are just pigments, these are all just pigments to make paints, I can just buy a bottle of burnt sienna pigment powder and just dust it a little bit on the feet. And it'll fucking fit right in, bro. It's gonna look awesome. Looping back to Army Painter. My one problem with their paints, my one single problem, I love their paints, I love their products, but I have found every single time I do the method that we're doing, where we take the white spirits and we just like, we're gently like wiping them off, every single time without fail, Army Painter paints will chip. They will come off easier. I don't know what it is. It's most likely their formula. No matter how long I have them dry, I have had a miniature that I used all Army Painter paints for an Ultramarine once upon a time. And when I started to do the oil wash method that I wanted to do, all of the paint started getting wiped down to the primer. And I was like, what the fuck is happening? It's never happened with Citadel paints. It's never happened with Pro Acryl paints. I've only ever had it happen with Army Painter paints, and I have no idea why. Alright, let's do an Ultramarine. I tricked you all! We're painting an Ultramarine today. We're taking some burnt sienna, one of my favorite colors. Such a good color. Such a good color. And I'm going to take a big brush like this. This is an old one. I need some new ones. I'm just going to get it a little wet. I'm going to just like dip it, the tips of the bristles in. A little more. I just want it to be a little moist. Actually, I'm just going to dunk it. Dunk it, dry brush it off. Okay, it's moist now. Taking it, we're just going to overbrush. Okay. Some of you who have not watched the Terminator video, or the Terminator stream, you're probably going like, what the hell are you doing? That's an Ultramarine. Why are you making it orange? There's a little thing called color theory. And it's pretty cool. That's it for burnt sienna. We're done with it. Nah, you know what? Fuck it. Use the paint that's on your palette. I'm gonna do a bit of burnt sienna on this chaos guy. You know why? Because I can. Will it make a difference? Maybe not. But we're gonna have to base the skin and the armor anyway, so... Might as well give us a better starting point than just pure black, right? At least starting from a brown, the skin will go on a little easier, the skin tone. Or like a ruddy brown orange type deal, you know? In a way, you could say this is underpainting for the skin. Color theory? Ew! You fooled. Fool! Foolish fool. Color theory is everywhere, with those with eyes to see it. Underpainting or base coating? Technically underpainting because the the skin tone I'm gonna use is so thin. It's so thin, chat. It might as well be an underpainting, but we could call it a base coat as well. I just don't really get color theory. Aphantasia gets in the way. What is that condition? I'm unfamiliar. I've heard it. I cannot visualize, period. Ah, right. Have you thought about getting like a physical color wheel? That might help you. In my case, I cannot visualize at all. We're using dark blue-gray now. I have not. Maybe getting a physical color wheel will help you. I'm gonna use this really old square brush that's all frayed and junky. I'm gonna stipple. Full coverage? Me no care. This guy's in the dirt. He's dead. Also, when we cover him in pigment powder at some point, he's gonna be real fucking dead looking, you know? Oh, don't forget his helmet. Don't forget his helmet part. Screw color theory, tie-dye Marines. Fuck it. If that's what makes you happy, go for it. But I was... Maybe it's time to get some new flat brushes. Man, I should get into tabletop. Try before you buy. Watch some games. Maybe play it on Tabletop Simulator. But do not, like... I will always suggest get the starter paint set. The one that's like $30. Get that. Paint some Space Marines or Skaven or Stormcast or what have you. And if you really, really, really enjoy it, yeah, look into it more. But I think just diving in, because I've seen so many people online, like on Reddit particularly, who have been like, I spent so much money on like a full 2,000 point army, and I fucking hate this game actually. And then you gotta ask yourself, well, are you interested in the game part? Are you interested in the painting part? Because, I mean, frankly, chat, I paint far more than I actually play the game. And it's because I enjoy the painting. Kill Team is a good one as well. Excuse me, sorry. Why not start with some terrain pieces? Because terrain is also expensive and also will not give you the full rundown of of exactly the skills you need to paint little Space Marines or Stormcast or what have you. Oh yeah, if you are nearby a Warhammer store, they do have like employees that will teach you painting. Not always, because some of them are quite understaffed and, you know, it depends on the day. But okay, I'm taking this old brush that is now a dry brushing brush. I'm going to keep stippling. This is pure blue, just blue from Pro Acryl. I'm using the side of the brush to get a lot of the flat panels. This guy is not going to look clean. I'm not worried about him looking clean or getting full coverage. Why? Because he's dead! I'm basically going until I go, yeah, that looks cool, and then I'm stopping. Pro Acryl paints have a ton of pigment in them, so when you're washing off their brushes, or your brushes, make sure you really, really wash them off, especially if it's blue, because the pigment in blue is so strong, whereas like red is particularly weak. Just make sure you get the majority of it off. I'm being very rough with this. It happened again. I think it's time. I think it's time. Oh yeah, dude, the top part of the helmet is off, which is the main reason I built it like this, because we could have given him like a tentacly arm, but I didn't want that, because I love the idea that he's like ripped this helmet off a Space Marine and he's like going, "Ah!" You know, like, that's fucking awesome. That step was Pro Acryl Blue. Pants. Next is Sky Blue. This is going to be our final highlight. Is it? Is it, though? Is it going to be our final highlight, or do we want to go up to White Blue? We might go up to White Blue. Sky Blue. Just need a speck of this. Just a speck. You know, I'm gonna go back to the flat one. No! No, no. Where's the junky brush I was just using? There he is. Basically getting to a dry brushing, and then more dry brushy. I'm being very soft. I can always build up more. Dude, the Stormblood soundtrack from FF14 goes fucking hard. I say, and then I get to Kugane and I start to slowly go insane. Where are you gonna put Marnius Calgar into Golden Demon, Ava? Calgar? What are you talking about? I don't even have Calgar yet. So Stippling gives you this random texture. You can do it with a dry brush. I like to do it with old frayed brushes because the pattern is more random. But it gives you this really cool, like, ceramite texture over the armor. It looks real. You know what I mean? That was a little much. That's okay. And this one I'm being particularly sparse because, again, he's dead. Ava didn't read the message fully. When are you going to put Carnius Malgar? Guards! Arrest him for Schrodinger's ableist. No, I'm probably dyslexic, bro. I don't know. I'm not gonna self-diagnose myself, but like the chances, like, come on. Like it's likely. You've all seen me go through Rogue Trader. You've seen what I read like. You've all heard me reading excerpts and getting names and words wrong on a whim. That's probably the case. Let's show you what it actually kind of looks like. So look at the texture there. Let's go one up. Do you see the texture that we're seeing? Sorry. One moment. You could just be dumb? That's really mean. Switch your font to open dyslexic. It could help. It might. I don't know. All right. Putting these blues away. White blue. Jurgen, read for him. Speaking of Road Trader, I just got into it. Was a little surprised when after the intro the voice acting stopped. Yep. It's one of my actual critiques of the game is that I wish the voice acting was more common. Can Jurgen read? Maybe. White blue. This is all for the Ultramarine. Now, usually what I do with Ultramarines is I give them a unifying wash of like a mix of dark Panzer Gray and like a glaze medium. And that brings in all of the... It brings all the blues together. So you get this really nice application where the armor looks really, really blue. But we're not doing that for this one. No, no, no. We're doing something far more sinister. I'm going to need a flat brush. We're going to use this one. Taking a bit of it. Getting to a point that I like on the dry brushing. Okay. I just want to catch the edges. I usually test it on the base to make sure it's not streaking. Just like that. Don't want that. If it looks chalky, that's fine. Especially for this guy. This guy is dead. He's not going to care. You want to go against where the lines are, and I think honestly that's enough for the body. Let's do the helmet now. Okay. That's good enough. Chat, you ready to paint a Possessed Marine? It's time. Kislev flesh. This may take a couple coats. We're going to coat all of the demon's flesh and the head of this Ultramarine. Now, what constitutes as flesh on a demon? Don't know. We're going to find out. This model has a rustic feel. That's only because of the burnt sienna all over it. But if you like this look, like, get some burnt sienna. It's awesome. Dude, okay, Black Prime, this color, sponge like this blue or something over it, dry brush a metallic to catch the edges. You've got some orcs. Change that blue to a red. You got Evil Sons. Change that blue to a yellow. Well, the yellow will be a little more tricky for Bad Moons, but you could do it. What Legion he gonna be? Black. Black Legion, baby. These ones are still in progress. But we've got a whole kit bash palooza for all of our lovely, lovely Chaos Space Marines. And we've also got some custom characters, too. We've got this Lord and Terminator. She, if I remember what was written for her, she was like saved by Logan Grimnar, fell to Slaanesh at some point in her life, and now she's like basically mimicking Logan Grimnar. And I was like, that's a really cool idea. This one is a fallen blood angel, fallen to Khorne, with a jump pack. And we've got plenty more characters on the way. We've got like one that's going to be a fallen. We got a lot going on. It's really, really cool. Right now, the donations to get custom characters and names for characters are currently closed, and the reason why is because I don't have all the bodies made yet. We gotta have a day where we, just really open those up, and we'll get there. Okay. Kislev Flesh is a very pale color. Very good for pale skin. Pale skin. Okay. And because I transferred it in such a way into this bottle, it's going to be much thinner than we think it is. I'm going to wet my brush, as I always do. Make sure the brush is damp. And let's get started. Yep, that's very thin. Okay, I'm going to take some paint off the brush. Even with thin paint, you don't want to glob it on. Because when it dries, it's going to get into those cracks. And that's not something we want. Honestly, the coverage of this isn't terrible. But we will have to do 2 coats. I'm not worried if we get on the armor, because we're just going to paint it black anyway. Not worried at all. Is that a sprue nub? That's a sprue nub. We'll get rid of that in a second. Oops. Yeah, the burnt sienna underneath is definitely helping with this application. If we didn't have that there, this would be a lot more frustrating just going over straight black, you know? I've Citadel paints and metallics never go on right. They are always watery. I do not like GW metallics, period. I don't like them. I think they are a bad product. Sorry, I was getting the feet. Let's get this Ultramarine head. Leadbelcher is the only GW metallic that I enjoy. Yep. Leadbelcher's pretty good. But I can also just find an equivalent in a different thing, you know what I mean? Now you might be wondering, why are we starting with the flesh on this guy? Shouldn't we do the armor? The armor's the hard part. Well, if we did all the armor, and we had to paint all this flesh, getting around all of that finished armor would be a pain in the ass. So we're not doing it that way. I try to look at a miniature and plan out what is going to make the paint job easiest. And sometimes, oftentimes, I try to think of it as, well, let's go from inward to outward. If I can't reach a detail, like in between the crack of the arm and the chest, I do not care. Bro's got his midriff showing. That's crazy. Freaky ad demon. Might need to get this possessed. Hello, nurse. All the possessed models look awesome. I really liked the build variations. I really like... You can watch one of our previous streams. We assembled them. And I just kept talking about, like, dude, these models have, like, no mold lines. They're getting assembled like a dream. There was one confusing part, I think, on, like, the third or fourth one, where, like, it wanted you to put on, like, the arm first. I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was a weird instruction. I think I mentioned it. Like, oh, this is a strange instruction. I don't know why they would write it that way. Which, you know, instruction errors do happen in all miniature games. It's very, very, very common. But this is why, like, if you have a question about that sort of thing, you should go to, like, a community that is into it. So, like, I don't know, Reddit or, like, your local hobby store, and just be like, yo, I was building these possessed, and there was, like, or these, like, space wolves, or these ultramarines, or whatever the hell, and I saw this weird instruction, and they'll be like, oh, yeah, let, like, blah, 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 blah. I've heard the new hotness in terms of terrible kit, but awesome when it's all put together, is the Apothecary from Huron Blackheart's command squad. I've heard that he is, like, actually terrible to put together. It may have been that limb that was attached to the waist somehow, so you had to loop the back. It was! You're so right! Hold on. It was this. This part here, this, like, tentacle. Yeah, this, like, tentacle. You had to put this on in such a specific way. And I was like, I don't know why they made that part like that. Add a bit of water to the Kislev flesh just to keep it alive. If we're evil, do you know what evil is backwards? What? Live? So we're just living. We're not the bad guys at all. Oh, you got a point there, Mock. How's Kita? I imagine she is great. I unfortunately cannot see my little reptile daughter. Now you make the skin a vibrant, freshy source skin red or a decaying yellow and green. We're gonna get there after we base coat everything. We're gonna decide. I typically like to make chaos skin look really fleshy and like, or not fleshy, but like I like to make it look very pale and nasty. But this is demons. Like the demon is literally erupting out of the Marines, so I don't know. We'll decide. I paint my flesh with flesh. And here we're going to use the paint Screams of the Damned. Make sure you get a good coat on this. And finally, a layer of stop, 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 don't kill me. Please don't kill me, I have a family. Okay, painting the helmet and stuff is gonna be tricky. Because with the trim there... Yeah, we might have to relayer this at some point, but that's okay. Gonna paint your Gal Vorbeck miniatures into a Black Legion. These are not Gal Vorbeck. There should be a Warhammer Gamer Cafe. You should go to Japan. I went to take Kita out this morning and she wasn't having it, so she's sleeping it. Don't touch me. I don't want to be touched. Let's get that sprue off. There's a little nub right here. Oh yeah, if you use these for Gal Vorbeck and Horus Heresy, that makes total sense because the Gal Vorbeck are ludicrously expensive for what they are. So, yeah, people using these as Gal Vorbeck, abso-fucking-lutely, man. Okay. Sprue nub is gone. Okay. I'm actually gonna... I want to sit. This reminds me of Flood Marines. Yeah, if you wanted like a flood style Legion, this is definitely how you do it. Let me just recenter everything. I'm really happy how the Ultramarine looks. Like, look at that. Look at that. That's an Ultramarine. Took like 0 effort to get him there too. Okay. More Kislev flesh. Another layer. A second thin coat. My god. What will he do next? I fucking love possessed Marines. They're very cool. They're very, very cool. It's like I'm just adjusting the light. I'll tell you what, if I had a darker flesh tone, I'm talking like Bugman's Glow, I would base it in this, and then we would be dry brushing Kislev flesh over it. That's what I would be doing. But I do not have Bugman's Glow, so we're not going to do that. That's okay. I don't mind layering. Also, even if we get some brush texture, like brush strokes, that actually helps us in the long run because it makes the skin look more textured and gross. The only time I would really worried about brush strokes is if like we were doing flat panels like a Space Marine leg or something. That's the only way. I'm talking like normal Space Marine, not Chaos Marine. Chaos Marines don't give a fuck. They're dirty. They're gross. They're evil. Slutty ass possessed Marine. What you doing walking around looking like that? Got your whole tummy showing? For free? For free? I plan on making all the claws like a dark gray or a black, so... Double cheeked up on a Thursday afternoon? What the hell? Freaky fucking possessed Marine? My first unit was the OG kit, but the second squad is the new Cataphracti kit with some bits from the Paladin's kit. Those new Cataphracti look awesome. Some people don't like the tummies. I think they look fine. I think with the bright silver Iron Warriors on that white background that they showed when they first revealed them, I think that did a disservice and gave people like... Because those details will sort of blend into each other if it's like white on white. And what I mean by white is that typically when we think of silver, you also need to think of it as a metallic white. Whereas, like, steel is like a metallic black. Not literally, but you get the idea. Like, it serves the same purpose. You mix steel to get darker colors. You mix silver to get brighter colors. You get it. You're smart. I believe in you. So when you have bright silver on white, it looks weird. This is why you saw so many people online going like, no, the new Cataphracti kit looks awesome. Just like put a black background. And people were like, oh yeah, it does look awesome. It's all about contrast. They need to stop painting Iron Warriors so bright. That's the direction they're moving in. They want them to be that bright, oily silver. But who cares what the box art says? If you're like, oh, I want them to be like black iron, go for it. They'll look awesome. This is probably going to be the longest process of the painting this, is just the flesh. Also, base coating the black might be a little bit of a pain, but, you know, black is black. It has excellent coverage. It'll be fine. I forgot about his weird spinal cord. Right here. I thought about painting a Possessed Marine, like, last week on stream before we even painted like any of the Black Legion that we've painted already, and I was like, that's a silly idea, let's not do that. Also, chat, great news for the lighting situation in here. I ordered a fancy desk lamp that is specifically for miniature painting. I ordered it back at the end of February. It's finally shipping. So the lighting sitch here is going to get awesome. I'm very, very, very excited. Can you link that? Hashtag need that. It's from Game Envy. It's like one of the products that they sell on their website. But they're back in stock right now. So if you want one, they're a bit expensive, but it's 5 lights in one device. You can also change the temperature. Like, this is very warm, and I'm not exactly sure why, because this is supposed to be... Well, no, it's kind of in between warm or whatever. What you want in a lamp is a daylight light, because daylight is the closest to what it's going to actually look like in real life. I see a lot of painters online use cold lights, like really, 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 really bright whites. And that's why when they show their miniatures later, you're like, that looks totally different. And it's because of that light on it. This looks currently to you guys pretty warm because of the light that we're showing it. But it's also kind of accurate to what it looks like in real life. I can lower the light to show you. Like, this is about what it actually looks like. It's just the camera is a little... It's pretty desperate to just try to keep the tone consistent. I am just using my phone camera for this, so it's not going to be perfect. Frankly, it doesn't need to be. I'm just here to have fun. And if people are using this for body doubling purposes, or they just want something to listen to while they're ambiently, like, just walking around or working out or whatever, that's okay too. That's awesome. I'm glad that you chose this stream out of all the streams out there to chill out, watch some painting, or listen to some painting getting done, and just relax. Lucian Art Light? Yes, that's the one I ordered. I ordered it back when they weren't in stock still, but they were about to be restocked. I'm starting to be a little more messy with my application, and it's just because we're almost done with this step. Ava thinks we are being productive. I'm editing the next Narrative Declaration Black Crusade short right now. Awesome. I'm going to move the camera a little bit. I wonder if there are any long Momo STLs. I bet I could paint a Momo. You probably could. Alright. We're gonna wash this when it's fully dry. Oh, the Space Marine head needs another little tiny thin coat. It's a little thin. That's okay. When we wash it, it'll look fine. We're not doing the eyes on the Space Marine either. You know why? Because he's dead. Who cares? He's not a character. He's just scenery. How'd you do the Ultramarine? I showed it earlier, but I went through Pro Acryl, Burnt Sienna, then I did Dark Gray Blue, stippled on Blue, then Sky Blue, and then a very, very light dry brush of White Blue. Usually I add a unifying wash after, but because he's just base scenery, it doesn't matter. Here's Calgar. Sorry, not Calgar. You can really see the textures and stuff on this one. I still need to add the transfer onto his little knee pad there, but I don't have any I don't have any microsol or microset. So that's freaking sweet. I should try more stippling. It might be my favorite painting technique. I love stippling. I love stippling. It gives, like, look at that. Look at the cool texture we have here on the Ultramarine's shoulder pauldron. Like, it looks... If you've ever read the Marnius Calgar comic, that's my main inspiration for what Ceramite should look like. And, you know, that's why I try to replicate. Alright, chat. Don't transfers come with kits? Not all of them. Especially if you buy them from eBay and stuff. Would you like to see my Ultramarine transfers? Here they are. This is all that I have. They're also kind of dirty, which is unfortunate, because I think that will show up. I don't know how they got dirty. Oh, it looks like paint. I think it might have gone a little bit of paint on there. That's okay, though. But like that blue Ultramarine symbol, I've never applied transfers before. So I would like to do it on a Space Marine first, like a normal intercessor, to test it, and then we'll see how it goes. Alright, we need to watch this bad boy. We have a couple different options. If I can find them. There's one. Where's my... Aha! Berserker Bloodshade. Megos Purple. We want this skin to look pretty demon-y, so we're gonna be applying a few different contrast paints and shades. And we also, of course, have Gilliman Flesh. I need that shade badly. Berserker Bloodshade is really cool. It's like a brownish red shade But we're basically going to use it in such a way that we want the skin to look demony. And then we're going to dry brush some lighter tones over it. Same thing with the Ultramarine down there on the floor. We're going to dry brush some stuff over it. And again, we're looking for that texture. We want it to look dirty. And because these are GW products, I'm shaking the ever-living hell out of them. Looks perfect for my Horus Heresy Marines. I need some more bloody wet colors. Might I suggest the contrast paint Flesh Terror's Red. It is a really good... It's a really good crimson red, and it looks like a... It doesn't look like fresh blood, but it looks like almost dried blood. And if you mix it with a brown, I'm certain it'll look like dried blood. And just take that, take like your brush, just have a little bit on it, and then just flick, 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 flick. Make sure you have like something behind it, because you know the paint could possibly go everywhere. But like just flick, 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 flick. Not onto the mini, but like not flicking on the mini. You get what I mean. But like have your finger here and just go. Absolutely love that shade, dude. Flesh Terror's Red is like one of the prettiest colors GW has ever made. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Oh, thank you for the 5, Destructive Midnight. Hey, Ava, just got my Stormcast. Was really inspired by your video. What chamber/color schemes do you recommend? Any of them. Any color scheme that you think looks cool, go for it. I would recommend browsing Lexiconum and looking at their storm hosts to see which one calls out to you. My plan, personally, because I've got my Stormcast at the feet here, and I do want to build them and paint them on stream. But my whole thing is I want to do Hallowed Knights, which is the bright silver armor with blue like capes and stuff and like some gold details. But I want them to be based after the moon. So like their capes and stuff, I want to freehand like a bunch of moon iconography and like stars and stuff. I want them to be like hella celestial. There's also blood for the blood god paint. Yeah, I would use that for fresh blood. Flesh Terror's Red and Flesh Terror's Red is more for like it's kind of dried a little bit, but then you want to get like it mixed with a brown if you want to do like, you know, if you want to do like real old blood. Oh boy. All right. Berserker Bloodshade. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3 drops of Berserker Bloodshade, and I'm going to equate that in drops of water. 1, 2, 3. Actually, we'll do 4. 4 drops of water. 3 drops of Berserker Bloodshade, 4 drops of water. I'm just going to make sure it's really, really mixed. I want it to be super duper thin. Okay. I don't have very much on the brush. Well, I do, but we're going to apply it thinly. I've actually just like taken off a little bit. So we have about that much on the brush. We want this to focus in on the areas where the flesh is going to be like really irritated. So particularly this arm, well, it's a possessed marine. Most of the flesh is going to be irritated, but like we want to really focus it on like where on the sculpt the skin is really stretched and looks really bad. I'm also not... I'm going to watch for pooling, but I'm not super worried about where all of it goes. I'm mostly just concerned with focusing it on getting it where I want it to be. I'm also doing a lot of this off the fly, because I think I have a plan, and if it doesn't work out, that's fine. It is what it is, you know? But I think this will work. Some around the feet. Again, I'm not looking for that pooling. I just want it to sort of tint where I want it to be. So you can see it's turning it into like almost a really orangish kind of flesh tone. This is very, 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 very thin. Primarily serving as a filter, so that when we add another color on top, it's not going to like completely eradicate it. We're going to use Magos Purple next. And the reason why is because we want the skin to look slightly warpy. I also would recommend, if you're doing a squad of Possessed, I'm probably going to switch up the shades for each model. Just to, like, you know. What would you use to paint gemstones? What do you mean? Like on a model? I can show you what I've done before. Like, what kind of look are you going for? I don't care if this shade gets on the armor, because we're going to do the armor in a minute. But we want this boy to look nasty. If you're unsure about the application of something, remember, keep it thin. You can always add another layer. You can always add another layer. Oh, look. There's a bit of shade here that got a little messed up, so I'm just going to erase it with my brush. There's going to be a little mark that's left, but we can relayer over that. That's fine. Okay. I'm just going to keep my eye out for any egregious pooling, such as here on the spinal column. I'm just going to absorb that paint. Okay, we'll wait for that to dry. Take like 5 minutes maybe. I just noticed those are eyes on the power pack. Oh my god. So how I would paint gemstones in the easiest possible way, because I'm assuming you want them to be like, they look a little different. So what I would do, you have two options. Number one, this is the easy one. Well, they're both kind of easy, but the other one might require some other materials. Number one, base coat it in a metallic, and then just wash a colored contrast paint over the top. Speed paint, contrast paint, doesn't matter. but it makes it look like a gemstone because the transparency of the paint makes the metallic bits shine through, so it looks shiny. Number 2, base coat it in whatever color you want, and then you can add a shade, and particularly you want the shade to go toward the bottom, so kind of like make a pool there. Then you're going to want to put a gloss varnish over that specific part. So a brush-on gloss varnish, just very carefully, like you're going to have to water it down, and then just very carefully layer over it, and then you're done. What metallics do you use? I use a variety. I use them from Army Painter, from Pro Acryl. My favorite so far has been from Vallejo. And it is, I typically use magnesium. I use their silver. But the prize of my collection is this. Vallejo Liquid Metal Gold. This shit is crazy. It turns trim into like a 15-minute process rather than 2 hours. You know what? While we're doing this, I'm going to shake up my Gilman flesh. Pool searching, pool searching, pool searching. We seem to be good. You can totally practice these kinds of technique by digitally painting first. Oh, 100%. I've done it before. Also, people always ask me, Ava, how did you learn to paint? I was ass at painting once upon a time. I had to develop the skill. And you know what I did? I watched I still do, watch hundreds of hours of tutorials from all kinds of people. Heavy metal style painters, slap chop painters. I basically just use it to go like, oh, I wonder what this person painted this Imperial Fist as. Well, I wonder what this person painted this Imperial Fist as. And over time, subconsciously, you're collecting little bits of information, and you're going like, oh, yeah. So now I know how to really dry brush, and I could use that technique. And well, if this person used an orange here, well, I could use like a burgundy, and then I could stipple that on with this other color, and then yada yada yada, and then you basically just become a painter. I watch a ton of tutorials all the time just to relax. Carrie once got fucking, like, she was laying next to me in bed, and I was like, I'm having trouble sleeping, and she was like, oh, okay. And I put on a painting tutorial, and I was watching it to try to fall asleep, and she was like, I think you'll sleep if you watch something that you're trying to not focus on, or just turn it off. And I was like, damn, you right. And then I fucking... Let's paint the Ultramarine. The head, I mean. Now, Gilliman flesh is really, really thin, which I like. So we're just going to take a bit here. The brush is loaded up. Ooh, it's a bit too loaded, but that's okay. The beauty of contrast paints, so you can always wipe away. Get some free highlights as well. Okay. I like watching things to fall asleep, but more in a story way. Yeah, it helps. And then I'll be sitting there going like, oh, it's time to sleep. I'm putting my sleep mask on, and then I hear, hello, little girl. And I turn and I see the fucking Grinch ASMR that she put on. The huh? I think more people need to figure out that mini painting and digital painting is the same thing. It's all art. But also, more specifically, nail painting and mini painting are the exact same transferable skills. They're the same thing. Oh, chat, speaking of chaos and stuff, do you want to see my Oath of Moment marker? I made this. I made this. I don't think it's particularly good, but it's an Oath of Moment marker. I'm not particularly worried about if it looks good or not. But I found a tiny base. I found some Chaos Space Marine bits. I cut some bits off, and then... Well, I added these cables to make it almost look like guts, but I might just paint them as cables, and then, yeah. Think I have to make one now? Just use a bangle die? Oh, I just use a bangle die? I mean, that works. I like little visual markers like that. Let's check. Okay, some of it is still drying in the deepest recesses, so we're going to give it a little more time. We're going to get rid of that. That one's pooling a little ugly. Ugly. You'll notice I didn't do any on the horns. And I'll tell you why. Because I didn't want to. Magos Purple, what we're going to do when this is dry, we're going to make it also very thin, and we're going to focus it on parts that we think it'll just look cool. So, like, the pit of the arm here, maybe a little bit on the eyeballs. We're just going to experiment and see what it looks like. But honestly, if we don't like it, it'll be fine. Make a cool gradient on the horns. I don't know how I'm going to do the horns yet. I'm kind of scared, to be honest with you. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. This is the whole thing with painting. This is the thing that I love so dearly about painting like this, is that it's like an experiment. Have we been looping the same, like, 7 songs over and over again? Hold on. We gotta kick the playlist. It could be a cool little pop of color among the flesh and black. Yeah, you're right. We'll see, though. We'll see. I do need to find my other skin tone we're going to use, which is... Aha! Deepkin Flesh. We're going to do this as a dry brush over all of the... You must really have liked Oathard. No. No. We're going to do this as a dry brush over the demon-y parts. Like a pretty light dry brush. But we want to get that skin looking pale and sickly and gross. And then we'll do the armor. And then the metallics. That's pretty much it. We're going to use the same gold on the Ultramarine as we're going to use on the trim here. Yeah. It'll be really cool. Oh. Yes, man. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. Boop. Big brush full of water. 1 drop of Magos Purple. You know what? Let's do undiluted Magos Purple. It's already pretty thin. What's your Pictomancer at? I don't know. I cannot remember. I just have a damp brush now. And I'm wiping away places I don't want the purple to be. Or if I want like a bit of a gradient. So with that, with the Berserker Bloodshade and the Magos Purple, we have this like really gross looking skin. Gross, chaos, warpy, tainted skin. It looks awesome. Put Magos Purple over here. We're not going to need it anymore. Same with the Berserker Bloodshade. We will need Kislev Flesh again. And Pallid Witch Flesh. What Warband/Legion you painting? Black. Black Legion. Black! We are the Black Three-Headed Monster. Have you ever looked in a mirror? No! We cannot look up, only the sides! Are you scared of three black men? Do you have a problem? I love that bit because only the white dude is saying it. It's fucking crazy. He screams it, bro. It's fucking nuts. Oh, fuck. We're just waiting for this contrast paint to fully... look at that skin. Here, let's get a low light. Look at that. That looks fucking awesome. That's a fucking demon, bro. That's a demon. Bit of Kislev flesh on this flat brush. Getting to a dry brush consistency. Okay, and then I'm just gonna whoop, 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 whoop. That's the Ultramarine head. Skin done. It's as simple as that, baby. It's as simple as that. Paint smarter, not harder. I've spent 8 years glazing this single Ultramarine head on this base. Alright, cool. That's what makes you happy. We need dryer. What about blood? We'll get blood. Blood is like the last step. It's still wet there. That's okay. We'll come back. Chat, if you're interested in some gaming tonight, well, watching some gaming, over on my friend's streams, that is Soups SMA, Boko VT, and Angelic Alexi, we're going to be playing some Dead Island. We've all never really played the game before. We're going through it for the first time. It's been fun so far. I think the driving in that game is fucking ass, bro. Blood is the last step. Sad corn noises. We have a lot to go through before we get to even thinking about the blood part. So as you can see here, while I am doing this method, I am also like kind of stippling. The main thing is we want kind of a texture on the skin, but we want to keep those colors that we've established in those recesses and basically establish a gradient across. Like, look at the stomach compared to the arm. You see how different that is? How this looks more like flesh that's been corrupted and mutated, and this is still just kind of like, you know, pure mutation. Going left and right, up and down. This is the reason why we do the skin first. Because I don't want to do this or have to deal with painting all this skin and junk after the armor is done. That's ridiculous. I'm also, by doing this dry brushing like this, creating a bunch of very fine texture that is going to make the skin more visually interesting, in my opinion. Some people don't like how chalky dry brushing looks. I personally think it looks really cool, especially when you do it over Possessed or just like Space Marines in general, because it just adds this nice texture that you're not like, oh, that's a flat color. Like, you're like, oh no, there's like some stuff going on there. I'm going up and down, left and right. I'd say I'm pretty satisfied with that. Who's possessed is this possessed being possessed for? Do you mean like what god are they aligned with? Or like, I don't know. I feel like the average possessed Marine just got by a random demon. Because we know there are demons who are not aligned with the Chaos Gods. Like, there are many beings, many predators in the warp. Yeah, that skin looks awesome. Ah, Legion-wise. Black Legion, baby. He's fine. All right, we're going to do one last dry brush with Deepkin flesh. This is sort of like a greenish flesh. It's going to make it look real gross and icky. Can't go wrong with black and brass. Black and gold, baby. Black and gold. Black and gold, baby. Love me my black and gold. Using my old flat brush. How's the music volume for you, chat? Deepkin flesh. Music's good? Cool. What's the song from? FF14. This is from the Alexander raids. Okay, this is going to be a significant jump in value. But it'll be worth it, I promise. Going to be lighter with this one. Look how gross that skin looks. Look at that. Look how gross it looks. Ew. Very cool. All right. That's the skin done. Just really making sure my dry brush has most of the pigment off. You're not going to be able to get anything that gets like deep into the ferrule. And the reason for that is, you know, with the nature of dry brushing, the pigment is going to get down in there. Which is why it's important to clean your brush every once in a while. That goes for any brush, there are going to be... And when I say into the ferrule, sorry, my brain is all jumbly because I feel like I'm poorly explaining this. When you're painting, you're going to see like paint here sometimes that dries, and that's fine. That's not the end of the world. But when enough accumulates, I'm going to just pinch this so you can see. That's how your brush splits. So that's why when you get brush soap, you want to make sure that it does also get inside the ferrule, because the hairs don't just stop here. They go a little bit further in. So when you're brushing and you're trying to get the soap out, usually I do it on my hand. I'm also pushing the brush as I'm like rolling it, and I'm trying to push it into the soap so that the soap goes down into the ferrule. It'll get rid of, not perfectly, but it'll get rid of a lot of the paint that's gunked up down there. And it'll make your brush last a little bit longer, especially if you use synthetic brushes like me. I don't really use normal hair brushes like sable brushes or wolf hair brushes or whatever. I just don't really do that. Can't tell you why. I just don't. All right. Coal black, my beloved. Coal black is the maddest black I've ever worked with, and I love it. As for this armor, I think we're going to go with another stippling technique. Let me find my really gangly looking brush. This is the one. This is the one that we used for the Ultramarine. Let me get my brush going. I'm going to do some stippling. If we're sure that regular Chaos Marines aren't taking care of their armor because they don't really have the resources to, then Possessed Marines are like that times a million. Now, sometimes I will just have to paint it normally, and that's okay. Being very careful when we get next to the skin or any of the other details that I don't want to be black because, you know, obviously. The backpack might be a bit of a trial. So far it's been okay. I'm going to switch to a normal brush for the top of the backpack, though. If you don't use the hair of the extinct woolly mammoth on your brushes, oh dear, how provincial of you. Oh, what's that? You don't use marmoset hair brushes? What are you, a fucking noob? Bro doesn't even have the marmoset brushes. Imagine. Imagine. Yes, dude, yes. All right. We're going to switch to a normal brush to get some of the finer details, like in between the armor joints and other stuff. Well, hold on. Let me look at the armor joints on here. They're slightly different. Okay, so we're going to get a different paint for that eventually. But for these details, what am I going to need? What am I going to need? For this one, I'm going to need a finer tip brush. Apologies if I go off camera. This is just fine detail work, so I don't want to mess up, you know? If some of the colors start blending together, like the blacks and the skin tone, well, we can just blame it on, well, he's a possessed Marine. Of course he looks kind of weird. He's possessed. Let's make this guy's hair black. Chat, what company do we want for the Ultramarine? Second? Second company for the Ultramarine? Same as the other Ultramarines you're painting? So second. Yeah, okay. Why is the second company so popular? I'll tell you why. It involves color theory, so you're going to hate this for a second. What are the primary colors? Blue, yellow, red. What colors are Ultramarines? Blue, yellow, red. That's why. It's because they're so striking on the tabletop. Blue is a very bold color. Ava, can I kit bash brats' heads on my sororitas, or would that be heresy? Do whatever you want. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, though. I'm gonna be right back. I need to use the washroom. So, be back soon, chat. Hello, chat. I'm back.
Are the Chaos Gods Ribcage posters ever coming back, or did I miss my chance? They're out of rotation right now, but they will be back in rotation. I gotta talk to the Orchidate team and see how often we want to do that, because currently we only have 2 collections. We have the Aliens and then the Chaos. So... we're, probably gonna rotate it at least... maybe halfway through the year? Or maybe soon. I don't know. I'd like to ideally change them out every 6-ish months. Or maybe once we get more collections, like every 3 months. We'll see. We'll see. The next one we want to do is probably... well, we'll have the community vote on it. But also the community, due to our... milestones getting reached, the community is going to be able to pick a merch item that they want to see. Now, obviously it has to be within reason, but we'll make a whole poll and stuff on that, and that'll probably be a thing that we do over the course of maybe a month. We'll see. Anyway, chat, we're going to switch it up. We're going to get some Katamari in here. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! More Katamari! What the? Come on, everybody! Let's play some armor panels. We're painting these in gray so that when we do the unifying wash, that gray is still going to show through. Free highlights. I'm also trying to get my brush to go towards the trim because we haven't painted it yet. And if it gets on the black, it'll be not hard to fix, but just more tedious. Adds an extra step. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Cata fucking Mari! Oh, this isn't a playlist. One sec. Ugh. We're gonna go by painting all of the claws. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna glob it on there. Whoops. Actually works to our advantage. Actually, what am I doing? We're gonna dry brush a black on him. Make it easy. Work smarter, not harder. That's right, brush that model with your dainty fingers. What the fuck was that random ass? I thought it would be really funny. I am the noble chimpanzee, and you are the angry lion. Crushed into a ball, dribbled, 3-point shot for me. It bounces off the rim. Who's there? Oh my god, it's Godzilla. He's here to protect my honor. Spent a good 20 minutes going, what the fuck do you want? Once again proving I am the noble chimpanzee. I return with Chaos Spawn. Did you get the Slongore? Yes, good. All right, time to move on to metallics. Where are my things? Third one will be a Demon Prince Kit Bash. Good. So now here comes the difficult part where we have to determine what the hell is flesh and what the hell is metal. Also, I forgot about the feet. Nails painted. POV, you are not a Grey Knights player. Nope. I might have been if they got a refresh. Because I think the concept of Grey Knights is really cool. Proof you are not a Grey Knights player. I do not like Grey Knights. I do not like Grey Knights, Sam I am. They are silly. Look how dinky they look. Grey Knights sound cool, but their rules, their lore and models suck. It's true. You get into Grey Knights because of the vibe, for the love of the game. The lore is kind of funny bad, at least. Yeah. If you see a Grey Knight player and they don't use proxies and they're like, I love these little guys, that's true love. That's what that is. That's real love. Stronger than a mother's. I think Grey Knights are the coolest faction. All of their models are perfect. Oh my god. Love is real. And it's in this one made-up Grey Knights player. Uh-oh. The Space Marine is coming apart from the base because I keep pushing it so much. But that's okay. Hi, hello, welcome. That possess looks great. Thank you. I've been kind of waking most of it. Because I've never painted a possessed before, nor have I ever painted a demon quite like this. I've painted corn demons, but those are all one color. You know? So I'm just looking for things that I think would look cool in like a silver or something. We're also not going to add a highlight to this silver. Because again, the point of this guy looking the way he does is the fact that he looks fucked up and evil, you know? Okay, chat. It's time for the trim. Then we add a bit of details, and then we do the overall... Well, actually, trim, wash, then any details that got missed. Like these eyeballs and stuff. He's gonna look so gross by the end of this. Okay, trim time. Which means we're gonna crack the window open.
go get my loafers. So this is going to sound a bit odd, but I think this trim is going to be way easier to do simply for the fact that this model is so big and his pose is so open. I don't think the trim's going to take long at all. A little bit of isopropyl alcohol. Just a little bit. If you're going to be following my tutorial, this isn't really a tutorial, but if you're going to follow my techniques, this is the part where you open a window. Because this stuff has to be diluted with alcohol, and so you're usually going to use isopropyl alcohol for that. And do not, and I repeat, do not do that if you're not in a well-ventilated space, because that's not good for your lungs. Liquid metal gold. I think I just heard... I think somebody's yelling outside. It does not sound like angry yelling. It sounds like somebody's having fun with some kids. I just heard him yell, "Oh boy." So I'm sure it's not bad.
What's the paint scheme? Black Legion, baby. Are you loafing? It's what every Chaos Marine hears in his head as they're about to go to war. I just looked at the clock and went internally, oh my god, it's 2 p.m. How long have I been doing this? And then I remembered, oh yeah, I started like hella late. Just had way too much fun in Elden Ring last night. Every time you speak, she mushes against me. My cat is demanding all my attention. Excuse me. Thank you, Carrie. This model hurts to hold. I was rage baiting last night, it's true. Vivi, do you want to know the funniest part of that? Is that I sent that to you knowing it would make you mad. And then I immediately turned off my phone and went to bed. I had already texted Carrie like, good night, you're perfect, I love you. You know, my nightly ritual. And I was like, you know, it'd be really funny. God, I wouldn't be painting Black Legion if I didn't have this paint. I'd have to settle. If there's any overspill, it's all good. It's all good. You penguin waddled into my room, dropped your pants, farted, and ran off. That's not what I did at all. I just sent you a text that went :3. And yet you're this mad about it. Think about that. You, the female lion. The lioness. And I, the proud and noble chimpanzee, unaffected by your rage. Same thing. Nice Ultramarine you're painting. I know. I do like painting my Ultras. Here's my Gravis Captain. Here's his friend. Legally distinct Gravis Captain. Listen, if they told me that I can't have Gravis Calgar, then he just becomes a captain in Gravis armor. I just put him on a different base, and then bam, we're done. It's that simple, bro. Oop. A little bit of paint on the recesses, but that's okay. I like to imagine this part of the trim is like where the chaosy parts are just starting to form into horns and teeth and stuff, but they're still part of the trim. So it's like just about to turn. Oh, yeah. It's all coming together. Wash off the brush with the IPA. Need some more paint. So we've got the legs done. Let's do the Ultramarine. And then we'll move on to the... What else is left? The arms. Well, arm, I guess. Shoulder pads. Head. Backpack doesn't really have any trim, but we can add a little bit. Katamari on the swing. Katamari damacy. I'm hungry. Hi, hungry. I'm Ava. Tiny bit of overspill in some places, but that was fine. That's okay. Carrie, how do you put up with this bratty ass behavior putting you in the cage? What cage? There is no cage. Lies. There is no cage. I promise you. I don't have a dog. I don't have a cat. There's no kennel. My family was always like kennel people. I don't think they are anymore now that they live on like a big I guess you'd call it a farm. They don't farm anything, but they live like out in the country. But now that they live out there, they don't do the whole kennel thing, thankfully. But I always felt a little weird about it. It's the only reason anyone would tolerate your shit. Gremlin-ass behavior. I don't know what you're talking about. The cage of all mortal beings, flesh and bone. See, this guy that we're painting, he's just like becoming free, okay? You know what's weird? There's a warband that is specifically like Black Legion rejects because they're possessed, but Black Legion uses possessed minis. Possessed troops. Maybe they felt like they were too bullied, and so they left. Your skeleton wants to be free. Every time you brush your teeth, your skeleton says thank you. You're cleaning your skeleton. Why are your nails so short? It hurts me mentally. Why does it bother you? I just trimmed them yesterday. Also, I used to like anxiety, like I used to have like hella anxiety, and well, I still do, but you know what I mean. Like I used to bite my nails, but thanks to Carrie, like I've been really working on that. Also, I have quite small and soft hands. People always comment on my goddamn hands. They're always like, wow, those are really small. And then they hold them and they're like, wow, your hands are really soft. And I go, yeah. And they're like, do you moisturize? And I go, nah. Well, I used to not, but I do now. But even before that, people were like, your hands are really, really soft. It hurts because mine look the same. I mean, it's just the way it is. Carrie's been really helping me with like stopping biting my nails, and we've been kind of encouraging each other, you know? It's something you gotta keep up and maintain, but if you do, like, you'll feel pretty good about it. I feel very, very good about my nails now. And it's only been like a month. Whoops. I don't know what that touched, but that's fine. Women prefer dainty hands. I don't know. I've met some girls who were like, that guy's hands were fucking huge. And I'm like, I need to think of a fake name. Amy. I'm like, Amy, he's literally like not into you. She's like, yeah, but like, what if? And then she flirted too hard with a guy that she didn't actually fuck with. And then he asked her out and she felt bad because she said yes. She came to my dorm and was like, Ava, please third wheel. And I was like, why? And she went, I really, really, really feel bad. I should have just said no. And I was like, just tell him you don't want to go. And she was like, no, but like, I'm afraid if he'll get like really pissed. And so I went, okay. We went. And it was really awkward in the car. And I looked over and I was like, oh, you gotta strike up some sort of conversation. So I go, hey, this guy's name was Nick, but I think that's vague enough to where y'all aren't gonna be able to find out. Anyway, kid's name was Nick. I go, hey, Nick, where are we going? He goes, I'm gonna take us to somewhere really fancy. And I said, okay, where? He said, it's a secret, but it's really fancy. I said, okay. We're driving. We pull into Red Lobster. And I go, surely this is a funny bit. It was not. We walk into the Red Lobster. Where we sit down. I order a water, because I'm like, I'm not even hungry. I'm just here to third wheel. Incredible. So we're there, and like at one point I'm drinking my water. I'm fucking slurping that stuff. And eventually I'm like, I need to pee really bad. So I get up and I go, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and Amy grabs my arm and looks at me with like the most pleading eyes I've ever seen. She does not want to be left alone with this guy. And it's not because Nick was like creepy. He wasn't. He was just kind of like really, really, really awkward. And she just didn't want to be alone with him because she didn't want to talk about like any sort of relationship stuff. Like, so what is like your hobby or whatever? Like, she didn't want that. And so I go to the bathroom, I get back, and she's like, she looks pissed at me. Shortly after that, we drive back to the dorm. Now, unfortunately for Amy, Nick and I shared a dorm. Like, it was a dorm for 6 people, and he was in there. He felt great about it. And then she texted me, she's like, come up to my room, we need to talk. And the entire time she was just like, oh, he was asking me about this or that or blah, 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 blah. And I was like, you know, this is like all your fault, right? Like you could have just said, hey, I'm so sorry. I feel so shitty. You put me on the spot. I actually don't really have feelings for you. And she was like, yeah, I know, but it was such a funny experience. And then we had a party like the next day. They were she and her dorm mates, they were having a party. She invited me up. And this was a time where I was like really not going through anything, but like I was, you know, exploring some things about myself. And they were like, really? And these women, they descended upon me. What they wanted was to dress me up, and they did. And it was cool. I had a great time. And then we proceeded to get very drunk. Amy at one point was like, let's make out. And I was like, I don't feel comfortable doing that. Some men get literally violent when you say that to them. I understand, but I think in the case of Nick, that would not have happened. Because Nick, more than anything, was very, very, very meek. Like, very, very meek. Think of, like, your stereotypical, like, nerd guy. That's him. But I understand her concern. I think... what I mean to say is that this is literally her thing, is that she would flirt with him, like fake flirting, constantly. I even told her, like, before he asked her out, I was like, you know one day he's gonna ask you out, right? And she was like, nah, that'll never happen. He knows it's all a joke. The Swarm. Who would win? A questioning non-beanie? Or 5 college women? They did my eyebrows. They were like, go in this room, change out, do this, do that. It was fun. The college women. The beast. Are those bulbs of flesh or part of the armor? Are you talking about the backpack? They're little eyeballs. Grapes for munchin'.
Do you have any grapes for me? I promise I am very normal, I promise.
Any overspill, remember, can just be fixed by some black paint. Is it just the backpack and the face left? Then some cleanup and then we're done? Well, off to the wash step, but... could go for some grapes, not gonna lie. I fucking love grapes. Noticing that Chaos Marines have fucked up looking backpacks compared to Astartes? Yep. They got like weird little arms. I saw a video where a guy was like painting some I can't remember what he was painting, but he was like, and ceramite doesn't rust, and I was like, I don't know about that. I think ultimately, like, it depends on like what the hell you want, because it's art. Who cares, right? Okay, this is gonna be. Oh, yeah. Paint the eyeballs like Shabriri grapes? I don't know if we can. Trying to be careful not to hit the horns. Not yet. Yeah, there we go, there we go. Just paint some lines. And just kind of make it look like the trim is becoming the horns. I just love how Chaos Marines see their guys get possessed, lose their personality, turn into a meatball shoved into armor, and go, sign me the fuck up, bro. Dude, that's awesome. Remember, Warhammer does have its themes, especially 40k, and 40k's themes around Chaos Space Marines is, dude, being a Chaos Marine is fucking awesome. It sounds like some rhythm heaven. Oh, I washed it in the water. Ah, that's not supposed to be. You're supposed to wash it in the IPA, but my muscle memory went to the water pot. No. That's fine. It's actually, like, not a problem at all. Like, just wash out the water pot, obviously. But you should be doing that, like, anytime you switch from metallics to acrylic paints. Well, what I mean to say is, metallic acrylics to regular acrylics. Very cool. Let's see, is there anything else? We could poke some gold into there, but then that's about it, probably. Chat, I believe that's the trim. Now we're going to switch back to acrylics, do a bit of cleanup, do a bit of detail work, especially with like the horns and stuff. The eyeballs, I'm still not sure. I'd have to look up a reference of Shabriri grapes. Okay. We're going to scooch this palette over here. I need to wash this paint out. Give this some time to dry. Looking awesome. God, it looks so cool. I think we're gonna do some pallid witch flesh on the horns. I think we're gonna base that in pallid witch flesh and then do any teeth or like little spikes and stuff coming off. We're gonna do those in pallid witch flesh too. We'll clean up the, well, hold on. We'll clean up any overspill from the armor trim. And then we'll do our all-over wash, and then clean up, and that's it. Do some eyeballs, and then we're done. Wait, I'm a fool. I forgot about the crown behind him. I didn't even see. There we go. There we go. Okay. Give this a few minutes to dry. Put these brushes over here. Get our deepkin flesh. I keep calling it pallid witch flesh. Get our deepkin flesh. Wash this out. Get our coal black. And then we'll be ready to wash. Okay. I just now got hungry. I was waiting for my body to actually get hungry. So I got a breakfast bar here. I ate like right before going to bed last night, so I was like, oh, in the morning I shouldn't do like food immediately because that, like, you know, I've heard it can be like kind of bad for you digestion, but I don't know. Waiting for the paint to dry. It's looking awesome, though. Carrie, what did you text me? Gabby Hanna kicked out of cult? What? What the hell is happening? I knew she was like crazy, but what? Give me the rundown. As for Ceramite rusting, don't know official art. Don't know. Official art of Death Guard shows rust, so it's clearly doable, but it is Death Guard. Well, let me think of it this way. This boy has been corrupted by gods. And I feel like the gods would be able to make something rust pretty easy. Pretty easily. Ooh, got a bit of a remix. Haven't watched it yet. It's just a crazy video title. It is. I think my favorite part of this miniature right now is the Ultramarine. I'm excited to see what it looks like when it's washed, because, you know, it'll look interesting. Okay. We're going to go with some Deepkin flesh and get all of the bones and teeth and stuff. Dude, this remix fucking bops. Yes, dude, yes. Dude, yes. Make a song for all who feel loved. Yes, man. Dude, it's what's going through my brain whenever I think about Carrie. Hell yeah. Really liking this deepkin flesh for like a bone, like a pale bone teeth kind of look. Very cool. Yes. It's time to dance, chat. So many details on a possessed. Yeah. We're almost done though. I'm just scanning for any little details that I want to paint. I think we should do the eyeballs before anything else. So let me get a reference for the Shabriri grapes. Okay. So we're gonna need yellow, but the actual eye part is more of an orange, so, I have an idea. We're taking angelic red, We're going to make the eyeball, and then we're going to use a dark brown, probably, for the actual cornea, or the iris, I should say. And then we're going to add a contrast paint filter on the inside. And it should look pretty close. I need to shake this way more. Then we got to do the cleanup on the armor panels. Tell you what, though, from the 3-foot rule, I'd be more than happy to put that on the table. Okay. Angelic red. Oh my goodness. Okay, there's a lot of it now. Didn't make a mess, but Christ. Okay, you know what? Old paints like this, like I haven't used in quite a bit, we're gonna stick them with a paper clip whenever we open them now. Goodness gracious. Cyan yellow. Cyan yellow is an orange contrast paint that leans heavily into orange for the recesses. It was basically what you used instead of Imperial Fist before they made that formula. Duncan Rhodes has an not old, but like a relatively old Imperial Fist tutorial where he primes white, puts this on the Imperial Fist, and then layers the flat panels with Aerial yellow. But nowadays, you don't really need to do that if you want to speed paint some Imperial Fist. Personally, I am probably going to go with like more of a desaturated pastel if I do Imperial Fist for Horus Heresy. But, you know, that time will come. I still don't even know if I like Imperial Fist yet. I gotta play some games of Horus Heresy. I need to play more games of 40k. I need to play more games of Horus Heresy. And the reason why is because I need to I need to get to a point where I am comfortable with the rules and that it doesn't feel like such an ordeal to play it again. You know what I mean? Okay. Let's clean up the armor panels. And then we'll do the eyes, the filter over the eyes, and then we'll do a wash. Eyes could have cat pupils. The horizontal slit will look nice. We're going for with Shibriri grapes, as per Vivi's recommendation. But if you wanted to do, you're possessed with cat pupils with the slits. Go for it. Thank you, my love. You are good and cute. Apologies if I'm going off camera quite a bit. I'm just looking for all the little tiny errors I made. I'll say it before, I'll say it again. I think Slaves to Darkness have the trim come off further from the armor. And so doing Slaves to Darkness trim is actually easier, maybe just to me, than Chaos Space Marines, you know? But this is why it's really important to use the same black for everything. Because if I was touching this up with Abaddon black, or Abaddon black, I don't care how you say it, it would look different. Like, because Abaddon black is more satin, whereas coal black from Pro Acryl is incredibly matte. It is flat. My brother got a squad of Possessed recently, so I'm looking for inspiration. Well, I hope you find some with this video. 1 minute. I guess this stream. I hope this stream gives you inspiration. Here, I'll show you. This is what we've got so far. We're almost time for the unifying wash on everything. And that's really going to bring the whole thing together. But I'm looking for any overspills. There's one here. Now, it's not going to be perfect because it's just a off-the-cuff thing, but let's try to make the eyeballs into Shibriri grapes. And the way to do that is to tint them yellow. I have here Iandan yellow. One drop will be more than enough. That's pretty Shabriri grapish to me. Okay, we'll wait for that to dry. And as we do, we're gonna shake up our enamel wash. What's an enamel wash, I hear you ask? It's like an oil wash. What's an oil wash, I hear you ask? It's something that has to be thinned down with not water, but instead mineral spirits. I would recommend you have a window open whenever you use enamel washes or oil paints, especially when working with mineral spirits. You don't want to breathe that stuff in. Not good. Now it's time to shake. Shake the crap out of it. May chaos take the world. Yes. Looks cool. Yeah. Some Three Fingers Madness Elden Ring themed Tzeentchian army would go hard because you got like the yellow and stuff. That'd be awesome. That'd be so cool. My Elden Ring girlies in chat. Is the Three Fingers being yellow a reference or a nod to the King in Yellow? Or is that just like a thing that has nothing to do with it? I think it's a reference to a magic card? What? Kinda. Midra has the yellow cloak from used to reference it in Demon Souls, but I don't know aside from that. You really want to shake this up, and I'll tell you why. This has actual solid materials in it. Like it has... like sand. And it's to give a matte texture. There's a yellow crazy guy in every FromSoft game. Yeah, but I'm wondering if like that all goes back to the King in Yellow. I mean, Miyazaki's been pretty open that he read like a lot of Western stories. So it wouldn't surprise me that he came across some Lovecraft, you know? Could also be a reference to Zhang Liao. Who? I am not familiar. The Yellow Turban Rebellion. Ooh. I'm not aware of that. Alright. We're going to thin this down 1-to-1 with white spirits. So... I'm gonna put maybe 4 drops of this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 drops. 4 drops. And then we're gonna do 4 drops of the mineral spirits. Come on. There we go. Again, if you're doing this, have a window open. You don't want to breathe this stuff in. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it was Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao. Interesting. You ready to make this boy muddy? Here we go. This is Villainig's Goon's Grime. It's a black and green wash, or sorry, brown and green wash. That's designed for the grim dark art style. I just like it because it's got a cool effect. I don't necessarily call my style grim dark, but if that's what you want to call it, then that's what it is, you know? We're probably gonna need more. What the? One, two, three, four, five. Oh! Okay, well. We're gonna eyeball it. Ancient Chinese history is interesting. I need to know more about it. I need to learn. My doctor said stop taking my ADHD meds due to my blood pressure. Oh, my love. Okay. It's about 3:14. At 3:30, we're going to come back to this and start cleaning them up. Still surprised at that red paint from Army Painter. Well, I guess orange. It is orange. Oh, shoot. Did you see the Darktide update announcement? No. Expeditions. What do you mean, expeditions? Open map free roam POV missions. POI missions where you collect items. Huh. That's interesting. What is POI? They work like chaos wastes. Ah, point of interest. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, my buddy is going to be happy about that. He's been wanting that to basically be the case forever now. It's set in the ash wastes. Cool. We're basically just waiting for paint to dry now. I'm curious to see what this is going to do to the Ultramarine. And we'll get like a clear difference on like Calgar compared to that Marine, you know? Darktide stream with Carrie went. Carrie doesn't really do good with first-person games. Like, it's a motion sickness thing. I wish more 40k games had, like, A, good optimization, or B, you know, like, more players. There's a mod to go third person. I mean, it's all up to Carrie. There should be a Necromunda Doom-like with that Blood Angel and Rage turns every enemy into Horus and you heal by drinking enemies' blood. There was a Necromunda game. I heard it was pretty good. It was okay. Oh, so it was like within the top 10 percentile of quality with 40k games? Or just Warhammer games in general? It is crazy that, like, out of all the Warhammer games, there's like 10% that are actually worth playing. I didn't like it much. No, fair. God, I have to play Fire Warrior on stream. I don't want to play Fire Warrior on stream. They need to stop with the card game BS. I mean, that's a whole different department. Like, well, not a whole different department. Basically, like, it's not GW like, oh, they're taking resources and time away from this other game. They just, a company will approach them and go, hey, we would like to use, we would like to buy your license for a game, card game or otherwise, or they reach out to them and it's like, we would like to give you our license for this fee, and you make this type of game, and blah, 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 blah. Like, I see a lot of people, particularly with Space Marine 2, I see a lot of people going like, ugh, and this patch is shit because GW, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, oh, you just don't understand how game dev works. And that's fascinating to me. Like, GW was definitely very involved when it came to the development of Space Marine 2, because it needed to sell. And that being said, like, anything involving, like, balancing or whatever, or, like, even certain cosmetics or something, like, I find it weird when people go, like, it's GW's fault. And I'm like, or the team just made a decision. GW's a lot pickier when it comes to non-mobile stuff. Yeah, of course. GW also has final pass approval on a lot of things. Well, of course, because it's their IP. I saw people going like, when Space Marine 2 came out, I was like, I saw articles going like, GW forced Saber Interactive to change the ankle armor on this Space Marine model. It's like, well, if it's wrong, then it's wrong. Like, that's the most normal thing. It's not that out of the realm of possibility to be like, oh, yo, this ankle thing is wrong. Could you change it, please? It's more fun to blame GW though. If you're gonna hate on GW, hate accurately. That's my idea anyway. It's way more vindicating to hate accurately. Like in Darktide, the reason Arbites has no new cosmetic is specifically because GW has said no. Well. If you just don't care about accuracy, then everything is accurate. Kind of true. Kind of true. I don't know. I find caring so much about lore and like how that kind of stuff. Like, I'm not GW. Like, I don't really give a shit. Like, if somebody comes up to me and they're like, here's my Space Marine army. I'm using Khorne Berserker models instead. I'm like, okay, cool. Sick. That's awesome. Very creative. Got a couple more minutes. We can check in on the progress. I am going to have to wash that with black, but that's not a problem. That's not a problem at all. Does the base need a little blood trickling from the Ultra Corpse? I mean, yeah, but we don't have any basing material yet. When the basing material gets here, we're definitely going to be, like, getting some blood in on this guy. How would you do blood on a base, Ava? You would put the basing material on, wait for it to dry, put some paint and blood effects on, wait for that to dry, add some pigment powder. You're done. Easy. Okay, it's about time. Have you named the dead Ultra fella? Why would I? He's dead. Okay. We're going to put them over here to dry for a little bit longer. I'm going to put them by the window, actually. And we're going to transition over. We got to respect the dead. It's a toy. He had a name. He's a toy. Do you know what Warhammer news? We completely skipped on it. It's totally appropriate that we skipped on it. We completely skipped over the Iron Hands news with the black books. That's oddly, and it's not even news. Well, I mean, it's like something. One of the Legion's most cruelly riven by the drop site massacre was the Iron Hands, who had ground their way through the hellish sands of Istvan V, only to have their Primarch slain and a huge number of their Space Marines dashed across the Urgal Depression. It is testament to their grit and die-hard determination that they continue to be a significant thorn in Horus's side throughout the heresy. This week, we pay respects to the 10th Legion, also known as the Iron 10th, and an in-depth extract from 2013 Book 2 Massacre. Let's look at it. I do love these, and I'm glad that we're able to like just have PDFs of them now. It's very handy for me, a lore nerd. Like, look at it. This is awesome. Want to see the tank? The core of the Iron Hands armored units, though limited in number by the capacity of the Ferrum, held some of the finest war machines and crews in the Legion. Tragically, when the legions of the Second Wave revealed themselves as traitors and opened fire upon the sons of Ferrus, Manus, Vulcan, and Korax, many of these war machines were oriented towards the fortifications of the sons of Horus, the Emperor's Children, the Death Guard, and the World Eaters. Their less armored rear facings were therefore facing towards the gun of the Word-Bearers, Night Lords, and, in particular, the Iron Warriors. As a result of the treacherous bombardment from the rear, they suffered staggeringly high losses in the first minutes after the treachery of Lorgar, Kurz, and Pertrabo was revealed. Nonetheless, the crews of every type of armored vehicle in the service of the Iron Hands fought on boldly, many sacrificing themselves at the last so that the surviving infantry could break out of the trap and disperse into the surrounding wilderness to fight on. Not the booty. The Iron Hands Legion utilized its many war machines as support for individual companies and orders, but also fielded large units of heavy battle tanks as distinct units. Such formations ranged in size from squadrons of less than a dozen vehicles to company, even order-sized units, scores of vehicles. In the case of super heavy tanks such as the Fellblade, between 3 and 5 vehicles would be considered more than a match for any foe less powerful than a battle titan. Units of Predators or Land Raiders might consist of 40 or more vehicles and be subdivided into numerous commands. The armored formations committed to the Istvan V operation were deployed as part of the second phase of the Iron Hands Legion's attack. Their orders varied enormously, some committed to frontal assault and breakthrough actions, others wide-flanking maneuvers. Some armored formations were tasked with engaging those of the traitor legions, as the loyalist primarchs were well aware that the enemy had plenty of time to prepare for battle and access to great many war machines. Despite their power, almost all of the Iron Hands Legion's armored formations are thought to have been destroyed under the guns of the traitors' overwhelming numbers. The heaviest formations, such as the Fellblade companies serving under Clan Ungvar and the Land Raider echelons of Clan Averny, are known to have been engaged by traitor titans and have suffered incredible losses despite valiant attempts to concentrate their efforts against these mighty foes. One of the few eyewitness accounts committed to record in the aftermath of the drop site massacre, few fail to make mention of the bold attacks of the Iron Hands armored echelon against staggering odds. This is the part of like the black books that I love. This Malkador battle tank was withdrawn from the Legion Reserve, having been stored for well over a century. The binaric coding displayed on the vehicle's flanks refers to its position within the Reserve's vast storage facilities, and having been assigned to the small clan Ungvar detachment of armor aboard the Ferrum, the twin serpent symbol of that clan has been applied. Let's look at more of these. Pages from the black books. What do we want to look at? Tooth and Claw? What is this? Oh. Cool. Yes. Note that clan is dead now. Yeah. Let's see if we can do these to add any last-minute notes on Sanguinius. There they are. The classic, baby. Taken into the early 9th Legion from the blasted pits of the Mercidian Rift of Old Alba, Legionary Skirn was transfigured, raised up from the foul slums of his birth to stand as a model of perfection among the armies of the Emperor. His outward appearance was that of angelic perfection, but within lurked a red-handed killer devoid of the noble aspect of their as-yet undiscovered sire. These frenzied butchers with the faces of angels were the shock troops of the Wars of Unity within the Sol system, unleashed to kill and burn in indiscriminate fury on the worst of the battlefields. Legionary Skirn bears the Pentagram of Vesper, the battle honor of the bloody wars waged on Venus, on his left greave signifying his participation in the worst massacres of the Wars of Unity, as well as a variety of acid-etched markings of a more informal nature. The bloody smears that adorn the legionaries of the Ninth in these early years are intentional marks of the various bloodletting rituals adopted by the so-called Revenant Legion, rather than the residue of battle. Legionary Skirn was among the few survivors of the original Legion at the time of the Cygnus Muster, relegated along with many relics of these bloody years to lesser companies. He now held the title of Centurion and bearer of the Word of Wrath within the 94th Company, and was amongst those martyred within the twisted eaves of the demonic forces on Cygnus Prime, exacting a high price of the foe in exchange for his life. In death, he and his brothers would stand higher in regard of the great angel than they ever had in life. You can't even eat people on the battlefield anymore and cover their blood and all over your gray armor because of woke. Can't even do it. Venerable Jophiel was aboard the Red Tear, or Red Tier. Red Tier makes more sense. Still engaged with enemy forces in the outer compartments when that venerable warship smashed itself into the surface of Cygnus Prime. It is a testament to the formidable armor of this dreadnought chassis that he survived the impact of the crash landing, and a tribute to his valor that he was among the first of the survivors to dig himself free and secure the area around the wreck. After serving a vital role in recovery operations, this indomitable ancient would go on to serve as a linchpin in the defense of the wreck. Cool. Cool dreadnought. Cool dreadnought. Oh, look at these. Yeah, the shoulder plates. Mark III Pauldron displays the standard second set, second one. These? Artificer plate bearing the insignia of the Sanguinary Guard, the first sphere order, sometimes known as the Seraphim. The unusual example of heraldry of the Curvium, the Crimson Paladins, known for the Mark III pauldron, shown on a Mark III pauldron, likely for ceremonial use rather than actual battle plate. Mark IV pauldron, bearing the honor markings that show a blood-filled chalice, a common device within the Ninth Legion that dates back to some of the Legion's original battle rites. Curuvim? Cherubim. Lavishly decorated Legion insignia, this example from the battle plate of Archaea Nakir of the 24th Company, a noted warrior and favorite of the Primarch. Apothecary heraldry. A rare example of the heraldry of the First Sphere Order, known as the Ophanium, the organization charged with the internal security of the Ninth Legion. Ah, the secret police. Brother, someone saw you eating a remembrancer. Oh, fuck. Fuck. No. Yeah, this is a good indicator of, like, how fucking over the top the Blood Angels are, you know what I mean? Whereas, like, I don't know if they showed shoulder pauldrons here. Well, they show a few of them, but... You slurped him like spaghetti, brother. Oh, dang it. Stupid. Oh, boy. Observe strategic tendencies, shock assault, planet kill, and exterminatus operations, close quarters actions, space hulk, purgation, boarding operations, line breaker attacks, forlorn hope, objective assaults. Noteworthy domains: Bot, Muster World, Sarum, Temporary Fortress Station, recruitment sites of several feral worlds in the Segmenta Solar, and Ultima. That's cool. Like, that's awesome. The heraldry of the collared dog. That's sick. I do not doubt my Emperor's wisdom in creating a necessary evil such as these fearful warriors, nor do I doubt their effectiveness in battle. It remains my fervent hope, however, that though I spend my life making war for the liberation of mankind, that I never again see such inhuman butchery as I have witnessed in the halls of Cerberus. They're a little cuckoo crazy. Oh, man. Ooh. Unknown World Leaders, Destroyer Legionary, Picked Capture, Ravish, Prime Assault. The World Leaders were known to maintain a strong Destroyer cadre in their ranks, the Legion favoring their tactical use against the monstrous xenoforms during the extermination campaigns. Note, the Destroyer's Maximus pattern armor has been subjected to radiation and thermic damage, most likely from the Destroyer's own weaponry. This Destroyer carries the red hand across his faceplate, denoting award for bloody victory by his commanding officer in a previous battle. This music is perfect for World Eaters. Observe strategic tendencies. None within the Legion. There was at least one host or order dedicated to each discipline of war. Jack of all trades with a more melee edge. And also we have secret weapons. Lol, 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 lol. Empires, monuments, and legends are built by those who are merely victorious. We were born to kill, not to build. We are not idle long enough to leave monuments, and we leave no work of the enemy intact to spawn legends. We are the first legion, and he that follows in our wake is death. Oh, God. Cool. I do like how in-depth you can get with your customizing of your own little guys for Heresy. Like, it's really cool. You gotta read that for the video. God, their color scheme is so fucking good. God damn, bro. It's so good. Can I say something controversial? I think the new armor for the Horus Heresy game looks way better. Isn't it a green so dark it can be mistaken for black? No. This is black armor. Okay, so here's the story. All right. So once upon a time, there was a magazine, I believe it was White Dwarf, that released a print with Dark Angel's art on the cover, but there was a weird misprint that made the black turn into a dark green. So that artwork became like the foundation of 40k Dark Angels, and people just started painting them a really, really dark green. But their armor was supposed to be black. So that kind of became part of the lore. And they have now canonized it to after Caliban got, the Dark Angels changed their armor to a dark green to remember Caliban, because it was like all forests and shit. But yeah, it's all because of a weird mishap with the printer. A happy little accident. Carrie's sending me a... She sent me this. Oh, fuck. She said... That's right, love. She's learning. She's learning. She knows. She knows the secrets. Ava the red and black enjoyer. It's a good fucking scheme. To be fair, it's better than having 3 of the 9 loyal legions be the same color scheme. This is true. There it is. This thing that they were like, this is too complicated, get rid of it for 3rd edition. Stormwing, Deathwing, Ravenwing, Dreadwing, Ironwing, Firewing, God. And then you got the orders. Yes, this is what I want to get into. These banners show the original Winged Reaper insignia of the old Terran First Legion and the later banner of the Lion's Dark Angels. Of particular note is the emblem of the the hexagon thing, the funny hexagon, in conjunction with the winged sword, while facing the facing banner shows the original symbol of the old host of the First. Jesus, Dark Angels have so much. The Reaper is an honor mark often associated with the Legion's Terran veterans, those who had served during the conquest of the Sol system. Bearing the ornate mark of the First Legion and the hexagrammation, the funny hexagon, this Mark II pauldron belongs to a warrior of the Great Crusade. This Mark II pauldron bears the mark of a lesser initiate of the Fire Wing. Despite its low station, it belongs to a consul invigilator of the Ninth Order. This golden lion emblem on this Mark II pauldron marks the command staff of the 48th Order, all whom were drawn from Caliban. The mark of the Storm Wing was a common sight in the panoply of the 1st Legion's infantry, signifying their status as infantry veterans. The crossed swords of the Deathwing on a field of bone white, marking a warrior that has survived a mortal wound. By the time of the Tharmas Crusade, this Stark symbol had become the standard Legion icon in use by the 1st Legion. This icon is the personal heraldry of a praetor. The display of such personal arms was a common feature of the 1st Legion. Yeah, Dark Angels they have a lot. Funny tank. Hexagrammaton? Nah, funny hexagon. Oh, Jesus. We have received an offer of surrender and rejected. We did not come to receive your supplication, but to enact judgment. The time to surrender is long past. This verdict is writ by your own hands. Now it is time to die. They're so fucking edgy, dude. Ancient Caro, the Reaper of Noval 5. 17th Company, the Lords of Tempest. Istvan 5 Drop Site Massacre. The Nostroman sigil is inscribed on Ancient Caro's torso armor, marks his allegiance to the 17th Company of the Night Lords Legion, called at the time of the Istvan 5 Trop Massacre the Lords of Tempest. Caro is known to have favored a brutal form of ritualized close combat inherited from the Shredder cult of Nostromo. The lightning is so funny to me. It is really funny. Ancient Reeve the Heedless.
Corvus, get out of the way. The people who wear lightning wolf t-shirts are coming.
The Spectre of Judgment. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Almost all squads within the Legion had a name that they used in place of simple designation. So it was that squads within a company might be referred to as claws, talons, or a number of other epithets, often coupled with the indication of hierarchy or honorific. Stygian Talon, 10th Claw, the 5th Oath, to name a few amongst thousands. But the company was basic strategic employment within the Night Lords Legion, and each squad belonged to a company which might number anywhere between 100 and 1,000 warriors. God, they're so fucking edgy. God, they're so edgy. Ava's just jealous of the sick lightning. I haven't painted the Night Lords yet. Big Claw. Every Night Lord thinks he's the main character. It's fucking true. That's an interesting alternative scheme. Huh. Terror Squad, yeah. No, Shub, you don't get it. We are all evil, scary guys. Stop making fun of our naming convention. It's fine to be cringe and free. That's okay. Carrie sent me something. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's perfect. Oh my god, it's perfect. Oh my god, it's perfect. Oh my god. Oh, look at him.
Oh my god, he's perfect.
What was that guy's name? Unidentified Legionary. Talon Master Vibius or Vibius. That's such a funny fucking name. Hello, it's me, Vibius. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I will read these at some point, but I'm here to find art. Oh, yeah, that guy. Gold on the Night Lords looks sick. I disagree. I feel like silver really complements their scheme. Oh, hell yeah. Order of the Empty Sky. Here we go. This Mark III pauldron shows the traditional Nostroman command insignia. The red field indicates the owner was under official sanction. An older example of Legion heraldry, borne by a Terran veteran of the Old Legion, it features a newer icon favored by the Night Haunter. A Mark IV pauldron from Nostromo, the insignia is that of a Grave Lord's street gang, which supplied a large number of Night Lord recruits. The Screaming Skull insignia, shown here on the crimson on a Mark IV pauldron, is often associated with those of the Night Lords that favored the War Master. The Cross of Bones that served to identify the Faceless Prince. The inscription translates roughly to the strong prosper, the weak suffer. Okay, man. Another depiction of the Screaming Skull. The accompanying inscription features Nostroman runes for Empire and Destroy. The red gauntlet displayed here on the Mark III pauldron had come to indicate loyalty to Jago Sevatarian and the restoration of the Night Haunter. The traditional Night Lord's emblem, likely this is intended to serve during rare Imperium parades when the more macabre battle plate would be frowned upon. Dude, they're doing parades and they're like, go change. Go change right now. You are not wearing that to the parade. But I want to. No. No. Go. The Night Lord does not care for the opinion of the Ultramarines. Mm-hmm. Oh, look at him. But Dad, I want to wear my human skin jacket. No. No. Get out of here. Nar. Hello, Nar. The minis look really cool. What the hell? Graveyard of Stars. Stellar anomaly, shipping hazard. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm just scanning these also to see what's in them so that we can eventually visit. Let's see what's up, you know? What's the legacies? Oh, right. These are rules for black shields and stuff. Talons of the Emperor. Do you have the gigantic ears for the Night Lord? Yep. Dude, I seriously cannot believe there are people who are like, the new Cataphracti look like shit. Are you kidding me? These look awesome. Yes. Yes. There are people that think that. Yep. There are people that don't like the waist. They don't like the snatched waist. Ah, finally some representation. Would it be worth picking up some Horus Heresy Terminators just for painting? If that's what you want, yeah. I mean, 40k even had rules for using Cataphracti Terminator armor. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility for a Legion to have it. Or a chapter or whatever. Oh, hell yeah. Those are clean as fuck. God, Mark II armor just looks awesome. Mark II, my beloved. That white and pink Saturnine? White Scars forever. White Scars look awesome. They look great. They look fantastic. You're talking about this one. Yeah. No, these are crazy. That's... It's gorgeous, I'm afraid. It's gorgeous.
I bet this isn't even that complicated to replicate. I'm gonna be so real. There's not that many edge highlights. There's like in fact none. I believe this is non-metallic metal though. Yeah, it is.
This is non-metallic metal, but the white here, I bet you could just replicate that by having like a blue, like a white blue, and then just stippling on white. Get you pretty much the same result. But the non-metallic metal, that's a whole other story. This is from Ninjon. For, again, some non-metallic metal art styles. This I don't think is non-metallic metal, but the armor, the styling is like very scratchy. No, it is. It is NMM. Yeah, you can really tell here. Cool. Looks great.
Ah, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Fantastic. Looks awesome. That looks so cool. Hey, Possum. We're just waiting for some paint to dry. I do like the gray Space Wolf color. Like, that's real good. I do like Space Wolves being gray. This is interesting. God, there's so many talented people in the Warhammer community, you know what I mean? That's a good shade of blue. It's a very good shade of blue. That's the, Ravagers. Before Sanguinius met them. Very cool. Very, very, very cool. I will say, if you've like looked at this and you're like, I should get a Saturday Night Praetor or something like that, I've heard from people in our own community and also people online, putting them together is a nightmare. I think enough time has passed. Let's check our boy. Ooh. Still drying. But I believe, well, hold on, that's good. The eyeball has lost the pupil, but that's okay. We can just add that back. How's the Ultramarine look? Looks really cool. Yeah, if I were doing Horus Heresy Ultramarines, I would definitely do the method that we did here, which is you do the blue like we did, and then you use this wash, because this makes him look like he's been through hell. Very cool. Hope all is going well. Hope everything's going good for you too. This is still drying. I'm not gonna touch the head just yet. Uh-oh. A teeny tiny bit of primer is showing through. I've gone too hard on the whatchamacallit. The removal. This is why if you don't want to deal with the removal process, varnish. Just varnish your mini. Technically I should be, but I'm lazy. There we go. That's back. And then also do want to wash the armor joints because it did not have the effect I thought it would, which is fine. Doing all right. Had my third 40K game on Monday. That's amazing. Even if you lost, as long as you had fun, it was worth it. You wait a little longer for the head to dry. I do want to wash the bone with this brown. But overall, looks great. I'm very happy with the skin. That's like the focus of this, you know? Remembered oh, no, never mind. Never mind, we gotta wait for it to dry more. You know what it could do? I do have a hairdryer. I'll be right back. He's going to become dry. He is dry. Now, what to do next? Firstly, I missed a spot on his hand. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this brown. We're just gonna add a bit of definition to these horns because they're like such a focal point, you know? AOS push fit models are hell. What do you got? The Night Relictor. You know what we can do? Why don't we edge highlight a little bit? I know you're gonna be like, what? But considering this guy is like a possessed, he's like more than just a basic legionary. I do the same thing for Chosen. Dark Worm Grey. Like, he's not a basic line infantry, so it's worth to do like a little more effort into him, you know? Gluing him instead. Wait. Do you not glue your push fit models? Am I weird? Oh, you mean cutting? Okay, yeah, I do that with my push fit models too. Yeah, cutting it. Yeah, I tend to do that. It's not a bright highlight, but it's enough to like actually differentiate the armor panels, which I like. What time is it? 4:30 almost? That's okay. There's a huge gap, bruh. Yeah, I find with push fit models, there's usually like really, really big gaps, and I just tend to cut the nibs anyway and just glue it. Like, I don't care. Love your guys' episode on the Sisters of Silence. Alea and a squad of Vigilators are next up on my list of painting projects. That's awesome. I really like Alea. She's a cool character. She is angry in the most weirdly charming way. We love a grumpy lady. She deserves to be a little grumpy as a treat. That's fine. You notice that when I'm highlighting these scratches, I'm not highlighting both sides. And usually I'm only highlighting, if it's horizontal, I'm highlighting the side that is facing lower to give an illusion of more depth. I hope we get another Primarch back soon. I think we could see Russ or my money's on Russ because he's the only Primarch that has a Codex supplement with his forces. So it would make the most sense to me, at least, to see him get something. Also, the Space Wolves literally have a detachment that affects monsters. Primarchs are counted as monsters, even Guilliman and Lion. Space Wolves don't have any other monsters in their forces. They don't have any. So why would that rule exist if Russ wasn't, like, somewhere in the works, you know what I mean? What about Wolfen? They are not. Or Wolfen Dreadnought? Nope. How? That rule does not apply for anything in the army. Looking good, Ava. Thank you. We're almost done. What about the wolves inside me? Literal werewolf Astartes aren't counted as monster. Nope. Thousand Suns have those robots that don't have any pilots and they're labeled as vehicle. So the common theory is, well, the common question is, why have a rule for a keyword of a thing that is not in your army unless it's an error, but it's been several data sheets now and they have not errated it. So why make that? It's almost like there's more to come. Do they have actual wolves that have monster tags? No. There is nothing in the Space Wolf roster that has the monster keyword. Not a single unit. The only thing that has monster in like most Space Marine armies right now is a Primarch. Bjorn should have one. It's almost like James doesn't care enough about Chaos to remember what half their faction remember their factions half the time. I mean, we're talking about Space Wolves. Like, Space Wolves are insanely popular. Very happy how this has come out. I think the edge highlights, like, they're subtle enough, but like 3 feet away, it's not gonna matter. But like, this is a possess. Like, it's a special boy. It looks more like a demon than most demons. Yep. All right, let's wrap up by doing the eyes, of which there are 6. And the gem here. We'll do that too. And then, oh, I seem to have wiped away some of the coal black. I just was like pretty aggressive on the Q-tips. I think we need to give it more drying time, but also, you know, be gentler. Okay. Let's do the white eyes. We've already done the eyes for the backpack. Then that's it. Then we're done. And I can go eat. And also, I want to clean a little bit today. I gotta work later too. I gotta get the sponsorship thing done. It's taken too long. But also they asked for like a ton of footage, so that's mainly my... I don't like doing footage for sponsors. But that's not... It's not like a deal breaker or anything. I just prefer not to. Just, you know. Fantastic. Oh, and the gem. Forgot about the gem. Okay. We just gotta put some Blood Angels Red on all those, and then we're done. Very happy how this Possess turned out. I think he looks proper dirty. Let's compare him next to... Oh, yeah. That's cool. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Blood Angels Red. My favorite way of doing eyes. Well, lenses, I should say. Just take a little bit of Blood Angels Red. And then... There's your eyes. Hell yeah. Calgar check. My god. Has he finally met his match? They've got the same pose. Awesome. Also, look at the difference between the... So, remember, the way we did our Ultramarines is that we, like, mixed our own, like, blue-gray wash. And that made this, like, very vibrant-looking blue that brought everything together. Now, compare that to the Ultramarine here. Here, I'll zoom in a bit. Like, compare the blues on that armor, especially on the shoulder pad. Do you see how much difference that that wash does, the Villainy ink? Like, it's a completely different vibe. Okay, well, with that, that's it for today. Thank you all for coming on by to watch me paint my very first Possessed. I had a great time. I'm very happy how this model turned out. I very much am a fan of the last-minute edge highlights I did. I think even, like, they're very prominent on camera, but in real life, they're much more subtle. I'm a very big fan of the skin. The skin is by far, like, my favorite part of the mini. And weirdly, the Ultramarine. The Ultramarine is, like, weirdly my favorite part. But yeah. Can we see it on the spinny thing? I don't have it set up right now. I need to get it set up, but I'm probably going to do that when I start making, like, dedicated videos. Probably on, like, a separate channel. I don't know what to call it yet, though. We'll get there. But thank you all for coming on by. I'm very happy how this Possessed came out. I hope you learned something from this, even if it was just like, oh, wow, I really liked how Ava did that one thing. Or I hope you had a great time body doubling, or, you know, I hope you were entertained. I don't know if we'll be back tomorrow. We'll see. With everything... Ooh, I do need to glue that, but I'll do that later. That's a Possessed Marine. That's a Possessed Space Marine. Looks awesome. All right. Chat, I will be live in just a few hours with some friends over on Twitch. That's soups_SMA Boko VTBOCO, like a chocobo, and Angelic Alexi. We're going to be playing some Dead Island. We've never played it before. It's a fun time. I'm having fun just fucking around. It's great. Anyway, hope to see you there. And if I don't, well, hope you have a great day. Anyway, thank you all for coming on by. See you later. Bye.